Okay.
Let's not bicker and argue about who killed who.
Roger. Okay, it was OBS, needed restarting. Alrighty then. There is my Discord. Okay, so now that we're settled away, I think, with everything, tonight, for those who will be on the stream and those who will watch this later, we're going to have a guest, Cableguy, who's one of the better CV players in North America for sure, if not globally. We are going to discuss some CV play and run through a few things, and then given time, let the viewers ask some questions. We'll figure out how to filter those through to him. But any event, and then we'll probably do some games. I don't know what his schedule is, but we want to make sure that we don't keep him too long, and but we try to get as much information from him. But while we're waiting for him, which could be half hour to an hour, something like that, I'll play some games. Wait, hopefully we'll get some people on it and make it worthwhile for him to be live as opposed to people reviewing later on. So, that being said, let's look at our naval battles. And it looks like it is going by XP. Experience. Okay, so let's do a couple. We can do the Indomitable, which I was playing. Indomi table. Make any flags on here? Bloods, no. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna need some India X-ray flags, because the Indomitable is all fires, and not all fires, but a good part of it. The Indomitable fires make it from a 60,000 game to 100 to 120,000 games. India X-ray, India X-ray. Boy, these flags cost a lot of money. I'll save the coupons for Victor Lima. Victor Lima, 3.8 million. Mr. Isane, how are you? So you're not streaming tonight, are you? Wait, I thought I saw you were streaming earlier this morning. Are you just running some tests or something? Don't do this at home. I haven't had a bourbon for a couple weeks, so I thought I'd treat myself to a nice Woodford Reserve. Hopefully we're gonna get some people on tonight to get Cable some content out to people, get some questions in. Certain things I'll talk to them about, but tell all your friends to come over. Played 7, 1, 2, quit laughing my ass off. You quit laughing your ass off, or you quit laughing my freaking ass off. You weren't laughing while you were quitting, right? I do. When things go bad, I just shake my head and laugh and say fuck it. All right, tier 9999 game. Lots of battleships. CAG. Death's welcome, and hopefully I shall deliver it to you. You know, I was going through some averages. You know how you can pull up average damage for that ship across, you know, North America or whatever. And Indomitable is one of the more difficult ships to play. Yet, now granted, it has a lot smaller, you know, sample size than other ones because it is a premium ship, and not a lot of people want to play it. But I believe, if I read it right, it does the most average damage per game than any other Tier 8 ship, Tier 8 cruiser, or CB. So I found that interesting, and what I conclude out of that is only the better players would play this ship. And yes, I know the only reason I play it, Saint, is because you bought it for me. So, yes, I do know that. So that's what I'm thinking, that kind of like the Burgoyne, the first people got it were because they were getting all the steel, and so it kind of inflated the average damage in it, but it's starting to come down now, right? You know that ship. Yes, you do. I'm waiting to see if you bugged it or put something on there. Where are the daggone CVs? There's one right there. Don't mess me up, Island. Son of a bitch. I hit a Oland earlier today with these rockets for 8,000. I was like, what the hell? I probably won't get both in there. I want to see if I can get a fire on him. If I get a fire on him with one rocket, make me happy. I know you heard those rockets go off. Made that. Can you do that? But yeah, I hit a Olin for 8,000 with these freaking rockets, and I put a fire on him too. I thought was interesting. I know this thing is all about the fires with the bombers. Is that Island gonna get me? I gotta be careful with this thing. He's dead. Oh.
We sank an enemy destroyer.
Do I feel guilty about that steal? I don't. Alright, now I got some idea where ships are at. Let's go drop in the B. So what we'll do is we'll drop on the Talon. Meanwhile, in the flyover, hopefully we'll spot whoever is there. And given enough time, we'll drop on him. So that's Talon. He is backing up. So I'm going to give it a little bit more time to make my run. I don't think I'm going to hit him, but that wasn't the plan. I won't be able to hit the Oland either. Hey, a fire on the first bomb drop. That's a good sign. No moss for you. You get it? We took out their moss. No moss for you. Don't tell me that wasn't funny. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I can't tell. Let's see. He's looking a little bit angled this way. I won't kill him, but I'll come close. Oh, he's turning a bit. Oh my god, how perfect would this be? Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I don't waste any damage at all. I make it count, baby. You can start calling me the closer. Even with a half a load of planes, I still did almost 3,000. Alright, Zara. Infringing on our cap and challenging our Cossack. There is a fighter in there. I'm looking forward to talking with Cableguy about just things like that, the fighters. That cruiser is coming forward, so I got to give him a little bit of space before I drop. And yes, they're very maneuverable, so not the easiest things to drop on open waters. Looking for fires. Any chance he is already repaired? We're gonna let that burn? Nope, DCP'd. And he's dead. They stole my kill that time. Trying to push the damage on this, but games like these are going to be difficult. Again, I was cheap shotting CV, so should be doing is going after the lion and setting fires, but I gotta start making a loop-de-loop. No way I steal another one under 1,000, do I? Have a bad drop. You ratting bastard Brindisi. Thought I was gonna get me 3 kills, each one under 2,000 each. That'd have been the cool thing to do. Alright, looks like there's a ram going on over there. No, I think the Soyuz is gonna take him out. Minnesota should finish the Soyuz. Oh, so he's shooting at the Minnesota while he's trying to ram? Or someone else is with him? Either way, he should probably just take out the Heisen. Unless that was the Bismarck shooting at him. You got a flag on? Doesn't have a flag on. Won't be the greatest angle, but looking for fires. What I'm doing. Let's speed boost through that fighter and flag so I don't lose a plane. Hurry up, go, 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 go. Alright, we got both planes dropped off. A little bit too far ahead.
Our team has taken the lead.
I'm going to go on a limb and say this is a win.
Autopilot enabled.
Bismarck looks dead. He looks dead. Alright, I'm not going to pre-drop because this game is over, so let's just go in there. We have enough planes left over to last me. Did I kind of like miss him altogether? No fires. Look at that. How did he like 2 ticks of a fire? 2 ticks of a fire and he'd be dead.
Our team has taken the lead.
If I can find that Shakakaku, I can probably drop about 10 to 12,000 on him. 27,000. Game kind of sucked. One of those games that are good, but they suck. I don't know if this helps anything for me. I don't know if it helps PR and damage. Don't want you, Azumo, but he's probably in J10. I haven't seen where planes are coming from. He on fire? He is on fire. Need him to repair. How far around are you going to turn there? Alright. Let's do the pre-drop on him. Use it to kind of wiggle around here. How about 2 fires? Wait. Is that the same Iowa that I just dropped on? No. I was in a Zoom I dropped. I was like, how in the hell did he ram when I just dropped on him? He was up in waters. Maybe I shouldn't be having another bourbon. Still getting a fire on him.
Autopilot enabled.
Wish I had a speed boost now.
Where have you been? Everybody thought you were dead.
Oscons, how you doing, brother? I should ask how your stream went, but I always know they go very well. And people enjoy your fount of information. Viewers, welcome.
Victory is in sight.
This is a
Battleship.
good time to join in on my stream. Not so much because of me, but we're going to have a guest tonight, Cableguy, also from KSC. We're just going to have chats about CVs and shit. So hopefully those who stick around will, not so much of a learning session, but more like opinions and feels and that sort of thing. Miss Struze, thank you for following. Miss Struzu, I hope that's right. Radiant, how are you? I think I've seen you before in stream. So Crow, thank you for following. So if I have time to get this drop, and that's what I like about the Indomitable. I mean, if you can find a CV, you can pat some stats here. I get to 15. I think the highest I got is 15,000 on a drop. I'm gonna go with the full load. Like I said, the game's almost over. Wait, is he going backwards? He is kind of going backwards. So I'll lose those planes, but that's okay. I just wanted to fit in there. He won't be around much longer. But these things really wreck equal and down tier CVs. But this is a strange game. We kind of took them out fast. I had, I think, 3 kills with a total of like 6,000 damage because they were like DDs that were already almost dead. I mean, you got to finish them, right? You can't just let them go. That's what I did. I finished them. We are having a followers gold giveaway. We're getting there. We're 189 out of 250. We'll do a tier 6 ship giveaway. Junpai. Junpai, is that Japanese? Lord, thanks for following. So I'm sure we didn't do too well there. Are you Japanese, Junpai? Well, I hit the naval battles of 300, so that was good. We'll take that. Lord Smiley, thank you for following. I appreciate it. So as I mentioned, Cableguy will be on. He had to do a workout first before he's going to join. And do not do this at home. I decided to have a bourbon tonight. You can drink on stream, but you cannot have a drinking game on stream. And this is no game. So, if you want to drink at your own leisure, you go right ahead. Just don't make a game of it with me. Okay, so now those of you who watched, just a bit of a weeb when I'm on my using. You're a weeb, huh? Yeah, there's are you in KSC by chance? There's some weebs in there. Not that Oscons is a weeb. He's not a weeb. Maybe KSD has more weebs. CPR. We know he's a weeb, right? I thought I fixed that. I don't have a moderator because I usually have like 5 viewers, so I don't need a moderator, but I thought I put it on where it wasn't so, you know, people said dumb and it blocked dumb. How dumb is that? So I do play CV a lot, and I'm going to ask Cable this question, but you hear the term a lot, CV main. And Oskans, I don't know if you're still here or not, but what do you think of that term? And what do you think? Do you call yourself that? I'm CV main, or I'm a CV main as a player. Is that something that you sound that may sound like silly, or is that something to a point nowadays where that's like saying like you're, a Republican or a Democrat? Is it something you don't want to say? I mean, if you're a CV main. I mean, yesterday I played. I had 7 kills in an Enterprise. I had 5 kills in Indomitable. In those 2 games, I was reported 9 times. So it's like, what? Is it that bad? You and Bat, thanks for following. Candle, thanks for following. So you just wonder if that term, CV main, is something you don't really want to get into much anymore. Seller, thanks for following. Appreciate it. So I don't know. I know I used to tell people that. I mean, and trust me, those joining, I'm not Oskans, I'm not Cableguy. I was a very below average CV player, and then I started working with Fusion from KSD and Cableguy from KSC, because we were in the same clan at one point. And my average wins and damage, I think I was about 70 in the hack, and it got up to about 110. I mean, those guys were incredible at teaching me how to play. So, yeah, even a noob can learn how to play CVs. And I know you're going to comment on that, saying, well, any noob can play CV. But, and I thought that odd because I started looking at some of the CVs. And I looked at the Indomitable for an example. And I looked at my average damage. And I think I average about, well, this last game's going to hurt a little bit. But like the first few games, I think I was like 30, 40,000. Because it was just something that was... It's not, you can't play it straight. You can't just play it like a CV. And then I figured out how to play it. I watched Cable's games. I watched Oscon's games. And then I got it. So then I started putting up 100, 110, those sort of games. But I looked at the average across North American servers, and the average, I think, is like 62,000, 63,000 average damage in this. And I said, wow, it seemed kind of low, at that. And then looking at it, if I read that right, it has the highest damage per game for all tier 8 CVs. So I thought, okay, well, why is that? It's the hardest one to play. Granted, it's a smaller sample size because not a lot of people have it, but my assumption is that to play this ship, to get this ship, you have to be a CV player and know what you're doing and want it. Now, before iSaint says it, I have this ship because iSaint gifted it to me, because I really enjoyed the way it looked to play. It took me a while to get it going, but yeah, so I have fun with it now. But yeah, it is about the slingshots, and it is definitely a CV that can get deplaned if you don't know what you're doing. So you do have to be careful. You can't play it. And despite what anybody says, you can get deplaned in any CV. It doesn't matter. Cable, I'm going to pull you down so you can join in here in the stream. Welcome, sir. How are you? Oh, I think I got to hit my no push to talk here.
What's up?
Let me get rid of my no push to talk. Hold on here. Voice overlay. Voice activity. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay. Can you guys, viewers, can you hear Cableguy talking? I don't have a lot of things. So I don't know if you can hear him. So you can hear Cable okay? Senior Cableguy? Okay, where do we got here? Let me look for something real quick. Hold on, bear with me. Where's my word? That's not it. I just want to make sure there's my killer network. I pulled up some things that I don't know if it's something you want to get into, but I think it'll be something fun. But basically, it's some things I thought about that I thought would be interesting, um, and maybe we can get into the stuff. So anyhow, if you don't mind, if you're ready to go, I'm thinking of more. We can get into games later, and I'm sure people would rather see you in a CV than me. But I know you are also very well at surface ships, so you're not limited to CVs, more so like I am. But anyhow, the focus was tonight was the CV. So, as I mentioned to the people, Cableguy is a CV. Now, I asked Oskons this question. I don't think he's answered me, but do you like the term being called CV main? Do you think that's a thing?
Uh, I mean, I think it's a thing. Just like BB main can be a thing or DD main can be
Mhm.
a I think especially because CVs, the skill ceiling for a lot of them is relatively high, and your ability to impact the game is relatively high,
Mhm.
and that I can outclass a lot of average or sub-average CVs and have a lot more influence on the game than somebody super unit coming to battleship, but team just gets steamrolled.
So you wouldn't think that people may target you because you call yourself or people call you a CV main?
I mean, people can target me all they want to. I mean, my karma is uh, 0 right now, so that if that tells you anything.
Well, mine's 17 now. Matter of fact, I just got reported last game apparently because I thought it was 18, but I've gone down in the last 3 days. I've had I think 5 Krakens, and my karma went from 28 down to 17 now. The better I play, the worse it gets.
Yeah, because the other team hates you, your team hates you, everybody
Yeah.
hates you.
You can't win, right?
Exactly.
You can't win. So, but yeah, I thought of that afterwards. What people would think, and what do you and following up with that, all the conversation going out there about CVs. I mean, there's been a ban of clans that ban because the CVs are in play, but and you're a CV. I prefer to play CV, but what do you think? Don't those people out there think that? Does that bother you at all? Or, I mean, to me it doesn't. I just go out there and play. What do you feel about that?
I mean, I don't really care what other people think. If anything, I
Hmm.
love the salt. I think a lot of problem with CVs is like, yes, there are some issues with them, but I think a lot of people don't know how to mitigate damage from the CVs. They don't know how to counter CVs, and they say, "Oh, there's absolutely nothing you can do." That's just not the case. And one of my favorite examples is Flammu bitching about not shooting down planes, but he doesn't know something as simple as popping your defensive before you sector. You know,
Right,
and
right.
and when he's the penultimate authority in a lot of players' minds, they're just repeating the same talking points, or that CVs have infinite planes, which they don't. They have less planes than they do before the rework, even if the regen is going the entire game. So I think a lot of people's talking points are incorrect. Now, if they want to talk about spotting, I'm happy to have that conversation with them. But I think because players ultimately are people and they're selfish, they want to be able to sail around and do whatever the f they want to,
Hmm.
regardless of what the other team is doing, and just sail in bliss. They don't want to add another dimension of the game they have to think about. Just like DD's complained about radar when it became a thing. It's the same thing with CVs. They don't like it because it prevents them from playing the game how they want to play it. They don't want to adapt, and so as a result, CVs are bad and evil. Even though when you look at something like tier 10 average damage across ships, then why aren't we having this conversation about the Thunderer, which eclipses CVs without even trying?
Right. And we can block Ice Saint's ears if you want to drop the F bomb. That's okay.
I'm
Um,
not sure how it works with the stream.
it's okay if you want to do that. I mean, I obviously I don't want this to be a you know uh, porn stream or getting too bad, but we're all adults here. So yeah, and that's it. You hear a lot of that, and I think to me, I hear it a lot, and I just laugh. I don't argue with it anymore. I don't debate it. But one of the biggest myths is that there's endless planes, and it is so easy to get deplaned if you're not careful.
It really is. And yeah, maybe you'll be able to take off with one or two or three planes at a time, but at that point, you're no longer effective. And people say like, oh, CVs can go after any target they want to. And it's like, yeah, maybe if I'm an FDR and I really need to get a kill on a group of ship, yeah, I could probably get off that strike. But if I'm gonna lose the entire squadron long term, I'm out. Versus you have a battleship that can sit at the center of the map, can fire on both sides of the map, and never run out of ammo. It's not like World of Tanks. Not that I've played that game recently, but back in the day,
Right.
like you had the limited amount of ammo, certain types, that people
Right.
can shoot the entire game. You have a Colbert who can fire off 2,000 rounds, in a
And
game.
just keep going. Right. And it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things you have to weigh out, and I weigh out when I want to make a strike. Is there AA? Am I going to pass over AA after I make the strike? Is there a fighter that's going to latch on and take my planes? Can I afford the loss? Is the strike going to be worth it? Right.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing. Typically, a ship's resource is its health. A CV's resource is its planes, in addition to somewhat health, depending on positioning. And people don't like that. They want to be able to shoot at the CV. They want to be able to shoot at what's targeting them.
Right.
Even though there's, especially with things like the MBR, for example, one, it's worthless after the nerf. But like a big thing people complain about are the AP rockets. You can see them coming, you can turn, you can angle and mitigate that. Now, if there's enemy battleships on the other team, maybe you have to anticipate, right, going broadside to them, but a lot of times you shouldn't have been in that position in the first place. Or if you're sitting bowing in a Moskva or in a DM against an island when we're playing ranked, I have no sympathy for you. Just because
Right.
they want to keep playing the way they've always played and they don't want to adjust based off what the other team has, and all of a sudden it's CVs are evil because I just wanted to sit, not maneuver, and hide behind an island.
Well, and that's just it. And I'm not here to offend anybody. I'm just trying to get the balances out here. And by the way, Meridian, I think you are correct. Each little patch seems to affect the CV in some way. But who is the more brain dead? The someone who wants to just play camped on an island and bow in and shoot ships as they come across, or not have to worry about flanks or anything like that, or the CV who tries to take advantage and help his allies by forcing ships to turn or move. So,
Yeah, and not only that, every patch. I mean, CVs have gotten nerfed every other patch.
right, and that's what Meridian was saying.
I don't know how much more nerfing they can take. I think they're in a decent place now. I think the worst thing about CVs is the spotting. I think if they did something like outside 12 kilometers, it's Cyclone-esque where they show up on the mini map, but they're not spotted. I think that would go a long way to easing some of the angst amongst the player base.
Yeah.
But outside of that, there's not much more you can do. Additionally, with the new captain rework, there's if you really want to go AA spec for certain ships, like you can make it devastating and just wipe planes. So
Well,
I think that's gonna be something else to take into consideration.
and speaking of that, I mean, we're going to get to that later, but this is a good time. I haven't looked a lot into the new captain because it still may change, right? Or are they solid?
I think they're solid right now. I think they're gonna do a lot of testing.
But
Once it
I
pops
think,
out.
I mean, right now, as it stands right now, I mean, I used to debate with people in game, but I don't anymore. Put a fighter over me because they're going to come and sink me, and it's like,
Fighters are
no,
worthless.
right? They're worthless.
Fighters are worthless for certain mechanics for two reasons. Especially when you have fast planes. Like if you're in the center of a fighter circle and I'm in an MVR, I can come, drop you, recall, not lock on, right? But the
Right.
biggest problem is if I'm dropping a fighter over a player, unless he's in a very strategic point and I absolutely need him to live and maybe kind of dissuade, it's only going to dissuade the bad CVs. It's not going to dissuade the good ones, especially if he
Right.
is a kill that good CV needs to get and he doesn't care about his planes. Additionally, unless you're on my flight path, it makes zero sense because you're taking away from two things. Well, three things really. My striking, my strike time, my damage and kills I'm getting on the board. And every time I'm striking the enemy, I'm spotting those ships if they're not spotted. So
Right.
especially if I'm something like in an FDR with very slow planes, or low in heart or really arc royal, right? The problem is I'm having to spend potentially 30 seconds up to a minute to fly out of my flight path, drop a fighter, which the CVs probably just ignore that target out and go after somewhere else. And so the problem is it's an issue with wargaming here, right? If they made it such a way where I could go my mini map and click send a fighter here, it would
Yeah.
change the dynamic a bit. But for me to have to sacrifice my striking capability to go drop a plane on a player, especially if it's a random game and he's fucking garbage, like I'm not going to do that.
Right.
If I do
Right.
that, I'm going to help my team lose the game. So
Right.
it just there's no there's no incentive right now for CVs to drop fighters on people. It's a detriment to their team winning the game. Now, with some of the skills with interceptor and stuff, we'll see how that plays out. But once again, if I'm taking those skills, I'm taking away from damage. I really think that's only going to have a usefulness in the competitive scene. Because if I see somebody with interceptors, I'm not going to go in the cloud. Yeah, you're going to dissuade me from that target, but it's not like I can go somewhere else. And all those skill
Right.
points he put into interceptors and all that time he spent flying over there is damage he's not getting on the board.
Right, because I think what that does, if I recall right, it becomes now a pure defense mechanism. It doesn't spot. It doesn't attack other spotting planes. So, and there's times when I will drop my fighter next to his fighter just to try to latch him and get him away from someplace. But that won't happen now with that, right? Because a fighter squadron and fighter squadron will not acknowledge each other.
They ignore. They're immune. The last one I saw, they're immune to other fighters, but also fighters, and they're also off the map quicker. So really, I think the only usefulness you're going to see is somewhere like competitive against an FDR, which will be the meta next tier 10 clan battle season, where you can latch on them quickly, but also in the skill, right? We don't have the actual numbers in seconds yet, but in the skill, it takes them longer to get on station. So if that's the case, then if people can still fly away, it takes into question how useful the skill is. So I'll have to look at the numbers and balance it out, but I don't see myself taking any of those skills because the whole thing is protecting your teammates. Most teammates in this game, unless they're in a div and you know them, they're garbage. They are absolute garbage, and I'm not going to waste my time protecting them. I'm going to try to win the game for them, and they can complain and report me because I didn't protect them on their side of the map doing something stupid. But I'm not going to waste the time, and I'm not going to waste the captain skill. If I have to choose between interceptors or whatever, the 15% ignoring torpedo protection on a battleship, I'm going to take that. That's potentially another 30,000 plus if it affects floods throughout the game. And that means another 1 or 2 more kills. I'm going to take that. That's going to help my team win the game.
So if you're saying that if you see a Thunder by himself on the one line asking for AA support, you're not going to go drop a fighter over him?
No, absolutely
not. Nib, thanks for following. Appreciate it. But yeah, and so Crow, I think you're right. I think by default, I mean, I've been reported. I knew I've been reported before game even started. You know, before we even hit W or whatever, people just report CVs by default. So, but yeah, I think that's going to make a big difference. And you're going to find out that certain CV players will choose on the side of offensive and damage as opposed to, defending. And
I think every good like above average / Unicum CV is going to choose damage. Like you have to, because that's what wins you the game as a CV. It's not protecting your players. Before in RTS, you can go fighter builds and absolutely shut down the enemy CV and spot, and you could influence the game that way. But once again, I'll hold my complete judgment until I actually experiment, because I'll try it, and if I can absolutely negate FDRs, I will. But that's going to be competitive. It's not going to be something where like, oh, I can take out some of his planes, but then what is it doing to my damage? What is it doing to my kills? Because the way you win games as a CV and randoms, whether it's solo and a div, generally is you pick a flank and you win that flank. You dominate that flank. You only strike that one flank, and you pick the flank that's either weaker or has less A ships. Because what that does, if your team wins the other flank, automatic win, right? If the enemy team wins the other flank, and even if you're behind a couple hundred points, at least you have a shot mid-game. At least you have a chance. Because if you're splitting your strikes, you're splitting your damage, you're not getting kills, you're not getting dots on the people you make DCP, your div mates DCP. And then they win both flanks, there's nothing you can do from come behind. Because CVs excel mid to late game when the enemy A is shot up and everybody's spread out and you have a decent amount of plane reserves. So if you're actually splitting your strikes and dropping fighters across, you're going to lose more games than you win.
Right. So if you win a flank, you don't get flanked.
If nothing else, and of course, I battle CV. I put my CV up as far as possible to cut down on strike time. And as a result, I win more games than I lose. And
when you see Cable's CV driving past battleships, you know something's going on.
Yeah, and in certain CVs, my numbers aren't the best. But my win rate is good. And so a lot of times, like my FDR damage is only like 145, but my win rate is 67, 70, something like that. Just because if I have to spend 2 minutes hovering over a DD, I will. But if that gets us the win, that gets us the win.
Right, right. Yeah, and you hear that all the time. CV, we need help on this flank or whatever. But you're right. You have to win the flank you're on, and there's no doubts about it. You have to win. That's where your hull's at. That's where your danger's from. You got to win that flank. You got to get that cap. And I'm not going to sail a plane all the way across the other side of the map, to drop a fighter or to make a spot or whoever, critical that may be at the point, but you got to deal with what's in front of you before you can deal with something else.
And obviously, there's exceptions to the rule. If it's a lone DD capping,
Right.
or a couple of battleships in trouble from an Asashio, maybe. But once again, you have to where is your CV on the map and what CV are you in?
Yep,
If I'm
Mad
in a
Dog.
German CV with fast planes, yeah, sure, I can spare that. If I'm
Yeah,
in an FDR or an Arc Royal, there's no way, dude. I'm literally gonna spend 60 seconds flying across the map.
Right.
I'm gonna spend 5% of the match time flying just to have this DD smoke. It's not worth it.
Yeah, and comp in the game's always the exception, right? You got to look at that. If there's 4 or 5, DDs in a game, you have to consider, getting them isolated or turned from objectives or whatever. That's all just by default what you need to do, right? Once you isolate some things and certain things you go after, and ship comp does dictate a little bit, how you approach what you're doing, right?
Ship comp, ship positioning, and even battle type, right? Standard battle versus 3 caps versus if I'm playing competitive. Right. You can't approach everything the same way.
I hope people are trying to spam here. So back to that other question. You'd said the MVR basically sucks now, right?
Yeah, second CV by far worthless and competitive.
Right.
I'll never play it again.
Yeah, and I still played. I played the other day, and now I did well. I think in 4 games I averaged 120,000. I had a Kraken. I had 4 kills. I had 3 kills, and I lost every game. So I don't know, but there wasn't that feeling of dominance. There wasn't that feeling I can go eliminate that battleship right now.
Well, you don't, because they took skill out of the game. They made it RNG.
Right.
I could understand
Right.
if they reduced the damage, right? Or they increased the dispersion on the bombs to where you can reliably hit battleships, reliably Citadel, but you can't do it against cruisers. The problem is, rather than doing a damage nerf, they did an RNG nerf. So now
Right.
I can have a perfect drop on a curve first Yamato that's super wide sitting still, and I might not get 1 Citadel. At max, I'll get 2. Like, based on my testing, off after 50 drops, I got a triple sit once, and that was with a ship that was alone at perfect drop heights, right? So when they do that, they're pretty much making the AP bombs nearly worthless. And then when your other squads, you have some anemic torps, which are good against DDs, finishing targets, not much else, and you have rockets, which can be great, but are easily mitigated. There's nothing the MVR is good for anymore. There's nothing that a midway can't do better. There's nothing that a hack can't do better, and there's definitely not anything that FDR it can't do better than the FDR. So at this point, the only thing that's really better is an audacious, and even that's a maybe.
Yeah, and in randoms you can get away with it because there's going to be those people who don't know. But I tell people 15%, just angle 15%, and those rockets become so much less effective.
Yeah, it's a super light cruiser correct. And the way I look at CVs typically is from the competitive standpoint, just because I've played so many, probably 1,000 clan battles or however many it is in CVs, and there's balancing and usefulness in randoms versus competitive, right? And so the MVR, it can still be useful against potatoes. When you're playing in Typhoon 1 or Hurricane level with CV, there's nothing the MVR is going to be able to do. They're going to angle to the rockets, and they're just going to ignore the AP bombs, and they're going to be in clumps, and they're going to shoot down your planes. So that's why the FDR is the best CV right now. As much as I hate playing that thing, it bores me to death.
Yeah.
But they've taken that away. Now, if they make, likely the Parsifal still an amazing CV, so hopefully there's a tier 8 clan battle season coming up, but we'll have to see.
Did I hear that there was going to be tier 9?
Yeah, it's gonna be tier 9, no CVs. So basically, from what I'm gathering, it's going to be for them to look at the captain rework, see how that affects things, and also for them to test out the captain skills, especially when it comes to CV and competitive and the way that works. I think if they keep the skills similar to how now, you'll be able to, even more so than last season with the Hull, an absolute AA monster that can shut down the CV wherever that ship is. And so I think the usefulness in CVs and competitive will be a little bit lessened at the higher levels, but we'll have to see. It also depends on what ship comps they can have. They're talking about rotating ship bans. A lot of it is just question marks and how they set it up and how they change the captain skills.
Right. So you answered part of my next question, and that was going to be, if you had to take right now to go out in a random game with no missions, no nothing, what would be your favorite CV to play?
Favorite to play, or do I want to win?
No, a favorite to play. What would you want to play?
Probably Midway. I mean, good all around. It doesn't really matter what comp they have; they can be effective in it. The unique upgrade is pretty nice with the
Yeah.
alpha, the HE bombs. Like it'll be Midway. If I really need a win, it's going to be FDR.
Oh, you think you stand a better chance of winning with the FDR?
Oh, 100%. You can do everything with it. You can torp everything. You can torp at angles. You can brush off AA to get, because a lot of times
Yeah.
randoms it's all about finishing the kill. It's getting those guns off the map. It's getting those points, and it's once again dominating the flank. You can do that in FDR because like maybe I lose half
Yeah.
a squadron, and I don't have very many planes. But if I get that Yamato who's hiding in the back off the map and prevent him from healing and taking long shots all game and him deleting 2 or 3 cruisers, that one kill might win us the game. Not only that, with the plane health, if there's a DD in the cap and my team needs spots on it, I just hover around him. I stay out of the flak, but I stay in the continuous damage, and I just spot until he dies.
Okay, I'm glad you said that because that was my next point with the FDR. Is you mentioned the back. Now I've started playing it like this. I will play the fringe with easy targets until I need to spot a DD, because quite honestly, I have a hell of a time dropping these bombs on DDs. As with most DDs, if they're on the run and they're kind of spinning around making power moves, power turns, I typically can hit them that way. But most of the time, I will just depend on teammates, which in random sometimes it's hard to do, right? Play it that way. So I get a choice here. My objective is to try to win, and do that so the win chance increase, but the damage goes down. So that balance is what you seem to have worked on then, right?
Yeah, and I mean with DDs with the HE bombs, I can get them in my hit reticle 95% of the time, maneuvering or not. Whether I hit a bomb or more than one bomb, that's up to RNG. I mean, I've also gotten pretty decent at torping them. And what people don't realize you can do in the FDR is, especially if they're radared or they're spotted, right? DDs, they want to run away right from the firing, and every kilometer they get away from the enemy or your team, especially with another DD, hit probability goes lower, right? But what you can do is you give them a choice, and you can either you torp perpendicular more or less to the axis of advance of the DD. And you give them a choice. You can either eat my torps, or you can sail back towards my team and get hit. Or even if I'm torping behind the DD, because that's the way it works, I do it in such a way where the FDR torps are pretty slow. So he's going to have to sail in a relatively straight line for probably 20, 30 seconds, depending on where I torp, and that makes hitting him a lot easier. So I'm not only spotting him, I'm preventing the DD from actively dodging.
Or he has to slow down and stop, staying in range of possible allies. Correct. In which case, he's still spotted.
Correct, and
so you spot him either way. Okay, so basically, and even at that, so many torps you have, 1 or 2 torps is a big impact on a DD hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when somebody takes out the rudder, they damage control, and then you get the permaflow.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to find is the balance, because I think right now I only average maybe 110,000 damage, but I've got my win rate up from like 48% up to 57%, but my damage has dropped down to the 100 area, but my wins have gone up.
Yeah, because damage doesn't always equal wins, and I know that's a problem. You have a lot of bad CV players that focus on damage, and they're not even good at farming damage in the first place, but in the pursuit of farming the damage, they're doing nothing to support their team. And so the thing is, I'm very much like, people complain about CVs not supporting, or even me. I will 100% support my team if and when it helps us win. If you're just doing your own thing and it's not going to help us win, you can go fuck yourself.
Right. Yeah, and that's it. Everybody thinks the CV's there for them personally, right?
Correct.
That's what they do, and if they don't, you get reported. So that's it. There can be 4 DDs on the map, for you, but it's a CV that's responsible for everybody's protection and everybody's spotting everybody on the other team. That's what they do. So, in the recent ranked season, did you have a specific CV you played in there? I know sometimes you don't play a CV in ranked. What did you choose then? And did you rank out this last session?
I have right. I mean, I went to silver the first week, and then I got the gold the next week, and every week since then, I've gotten rank 1 and gold.
Of course.
Yeah, I've done past season. Sometimes I'll switch out to CV. This season was 7-on-7, and the FDR I went 100% FDR. Well, at tier 8 I went Parseval. In the first week for tier 10, I played MVR because I used to love that CV and I did my best to make it work. I was still able to get the silver, but it was painful. And since then, I've gone with FDR. Last time I checked, I think my win rate and it was 68%. So it hasn't been too bad, but it's FDR. I mean, you can't beat it based on 7-on-7 what it can do, and you can just
Right.
100 to 0.
And you're assuming that you have players now to take advantage of your spotting.
Relatively so.
Right.
I still in ranked and Rams I don't always do this, but in ranked I always run matchmaking monitor. I pick out who the potatoes are and I pick out who the decent ones are. And if I have a purple DD, small end, and he's going to the contested cap, that's all I'm supporting, right?
Right.
Because I know he's going to take advantage of my spotting. He's going to get the cap, the early point lead. If I have whole potatoes, then I'm gonna push up, play very aggressively, and try to shift the balance in our team's favor to where even Angry Turtle can't mess up the game.
Yeah, more times than not, if I see like a small end or a Zed in the game, something that has like radar, or hydra, or whatever of DD, and they go to the home cap, I assume they're not a very good player because I would think that would be the one they want to bring to the contested cap, with
Absolutely.
the hydra or sort of thing. So I kind of look at it that's okay. Well, this isn't going to be good here, so I better go help the contested cap immediately and don't mess with that stuff. But yeah, you can tell, and you do have to react to your teammates. Unfortunately, that's the way it has to be. I for some reason switched to the midway, and I think to get 2 gold, I think I finished out with 9-10 wins in a row, and it just seemed relatively easy for me to do the midway. And for some reason, I was very lucky with DDs. I think I had a couple of 16, 17,000 single drops on DDs, and so I just stuck with midways. And it wasn't always that way, of course. I mean, it's real easy to miss, but
yeah, I mean,
I had a lot of luck with the midway.
If I was hitting games where the DDs are the issue and I just need to go, midway's not a bad choice. I mean, midway's still a great CV. You can do disgusting things with DDs with it.
Now, granted, the best feeling in the world is torping a DD with the MVR.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's nothing better.
And that was my go-to, and I would pretty much hit a torp every time. And you're fast, and you keep them spotted. But like I said, if they made the MVR bomb just like 50% less bad, I would go back to that. It wouldn't be as dominant as it was.
Yeah.
And I think the problem with the MVR is they nerfed it because the skill floor and skill ceiling were just so wide. I should say the skill level, right, between all players, which is so wide that the top guys like me could absolutely devastate people with it. And that's what they went off of. They weren't looking at the average CV player. They would just get their planes wiped in 10 minutes. And so I don't see very many people playing it, and everybody I've seen playing it in randoms they're bad. The MVRs, I know I sound like a broken record, but it's worthless as a CV right now.
I've been saying that. I still play it because I want to play it. But I've been saying, I was wondering if it was me, but I just said, this thing absolutely sucks now. I don't care if I do 110,000 damage, it sucks.
I'd rather play an Audacious and play the RNG game.
Oh, that's bad.
Honestly, if they made the bomb pen, the HE bomb pen on the Audacious a little bit better to where it could actually do some alpha damage, Audacious would absolutely crush the MVR. Or if they brought back the old Audacious rockets reticle, it would crush the MVR.
Yeah. And Nib, to respond to your statement there, nobody has fun playing against Cable in a CV, so don't feel isolated there.
I do what I can.
I remember when you were playing the Holland, you and Fuchsia would go out and you would offer 2,000 doubloons to any CV that could take you out. Was that right?
That's right. I still do it. I don't pay out very often.
And at the last I saw, you were averaging like 89 or 90 plane kills in a Holland per game.
Yeah, when I would play it, I still think last time I checked, I think it's probably like 30 something because I still play the Holland solo without CVs. But
Okay, so it's kind
I
of
think,
narrow that
I,
down.
I think, I still think last time I checked, I was the number one average playing kills in the Holland. And granted, yes, the Holland is super good at AA, right?
Yeah.
But if you look at me during clan, I still took him out all the times with a CV. So the fact that I'm able to not get effed up by a CV and shoot down all those planes just shows there's way to mitigate the CVs. Like DDs, they complain about CVs, but it's a shimmer that keeps their A on 25, or excuse me, 100% of the time, and then they don't turn into torps, or they slow down and they stop and get HE bombed. So there's ways to mitigate it. Are you going to mitigate 100% of damage? No, but the same thing, you're not going to mitigate 100% of the damage from Yamato. There's always trade-offs. That's the game.
Yeah, and as a CV player, you know the good Holland players. They know how to sector. They know when to use the correct, when to use
Oh yeah,
defensive
I'm
fire
not.
against which attack ships.
I'm not going near Holland. If it's a good Holland and he's purple, I'm not touching him. I'm going
Right.
nowhere near him. If it's a guy who's red, then I'll mess him up all day and I'll laugh about it.
And then they'll complain that even a Holland can't even shoot down planes,
Yeah,
right?
exactly, because they're not sectoring or defensive A correctly, and they keep their AA on. So I can have a nice target lead up. I heal through it, and then I hit them because they don't move because they just want to try
Right.
to shoot down planes.
Yeah. So and that's again that it goes back to the point. I think people overestimate what a CV can do, but they underestimate what they can do themselves to mitigate the damage. It's not
Right.
really super hard, right?
No, it's not.
I mean, just a little. Again, the biggest part to me comes down to, and this. No, I'm a CV. I don't say the term CV main, but I do play other ships quite often. I mean, I'm always aware where CV's attack planes are at. I always make sure that I know where they're at and how they could possibly strike me, and what do I need to do to avoid that without getting blapped by somebody else. So you just have to be aware of that, and then slight turns here and there, and then of course you're sectoring at the right time. So it's not all that difficult to the first part is identifying where the attack is coming from, right?
Yeah, but players are dumb. They don't want to do that.
Well, no, they don't, but they rather just complain about the CV being OP.
That's not cheating.
I want to sit here and just farm. I don't want to be dropped on by CV players. So that being said, with CVs, I know my favorite, but I'll ask you, pound for pound, which CV? This is any tier. You think is the best CV pound for pound? If that term could be used, pound for pound, tier for tier.
Love and heart.
The Loneheart.
Yeah, by far and away.
Yeah. Because is it because of the Stukas?
Yeah, the HE bombs. You can just hit any target you want with them. They do good HE. I mean, you can mess up DDs with them. The AP rockets are essentially the tier 8 rockets. You can actually get citadeled. The
Yeah.
Vasor's an awful CV. So yeah, I would say the Love and Heart. Tier 8. If we're gonna buy tier 8 Parseval, and then tier 10 FDR.
Yeah. Do you think the Enterprise was kind of knocked off its king of the hill because of the AP bombers?
Yeah, I mean, once they nerf those, there's no coming back from that. The Enterprise is still a great ship, but right now I'd put it at number 3 behind the Kaga.
I still you put it behind the cog. Okay, I still think
yeah.
the Enterprise is one of the top DD killers of tier 8s for sure.
I mean, it's still great, but once again, with
Yeah.
the rockets, right? You're talking especially in a random sense where DDs go broadside to your rockets. They turn into
Yep.
your rockets. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, if if yeah, it's always the big thing. It's your damage and your ability is affected by what the opposing team does and how they play against you. That's always the big difference of who you're playing against. I did 120 this game, but I did 90 this game, but everybody in the other team knew what the hell they were doing. And again, it goes back to people knowing how to mitigate damage. It's not that difficult. Can you mitigate 100% of it? No. Can you mitigate 100% of a Yammy's damage just by turning a little bit? You can't mitigate all of it, but you can mitigate 30,000 of it.
And that's
So-
the point.
Yeah. So Kaga is one of my favorites. I just love keep throwing torps after torps. That's always a fun thing. Rocket planes are kind of like, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, Kaga's all about the torps and the AP bomb,
yep.
HE bombs, and you have so many of the planes that it up tiers relatively well. I mean, it's one of the more fun turret TVs to play.
So and now I think you've already answered this question, but and the changes they recently made, particularly to the MVR, I think you answered the question. That does affect which CV you will play, and then if you do play the Ember, now your choice of target has been altered by the fact that the AP bombers aren't where they used to be. So, maybe if there's more cruisers in the game, even
It doesn't
some.
matter. I could be going into a 10 battleship game. I want to take the MVR. They could have the worst day in the world. I want to take the MVR
Yeah,
because the AP bombs are not even consistent against battleships.
right. I've been in a training room where I've missed all three bombs on a Vermont. Missed them.
Yeah,
They
that's not even citadels. That's just straight missing. And so when
right.
they do that, when they make essentially the bomb sigma, bomb dispersion, if you want to call it that bad, you're taking away skill, and then there's just nothing you can do.
Yeah.
I am one of the better CV players on the server, but I can't make the MVR work. Maybe some people can, but I can't.
No, it's not. I say it's not fun anymore. I don't have that feeling of domination. I can imagine how you dominated in it, but even I felt like, okay, well, there's a thunder. I'm going to go triple sit him one way and triple sit him back, but that's gone now. You don't do that anymore. You hope for when you're hoping for one citadel on a battleship, then you're right. It's just not worthy to play anymore, really. When
No.
if that's what you expected, it's not.
It doesn't matter. I
It
mean,
was lame.
they could have nerfed the damage, or they could have made it where I can reliably 20k battleships, but they didn't. They just took that all away. And the people don't realize the planes aren't that healthy. You lose planes a lot
Yeah.
in the MPR, and so then by mid game you have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I would rather have them, knock the damage down to 5,000 Citadel than pretty much, because they really did almost take out 2/3 of the damage, because you're lucky to get one Citadel, and they almost, and then as far as some of the cruisers go, they almost mitigated 100% of the damage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
'cause
think they mitigated probably 75% for the battleships because you don't even
Right.
know whether you're gonna hit them or not.
Right. And so it's just like, okay, well, these are trash now. I mean, like I said, I'd prefer to get max hit of 14,000 one way and then come back for 14,000, as opposed to hit 26,000 and then miss completely the next three times.
Yep.
So that wasn't fun at all for me. So I agree. I kind of don't play anymore, other than the fact of just going my once a day, get the win on it, and mess around with it. So now this next one we have covered, and this will be more for people who don't play CVs, want to know how to avoid the damage. But that is, and the best way to avoid damage we talked about is be aware of the attack ships, and use your angle. So what would be the best advice you'd give to someone, going into a match when there's a CV in the game?
I mean, first, so the best way to mitigate damage is to actually play CVs. So know what CV you're facing, because the
Mhm.
bomb dispersion, the torpedo dispersion, the strengths and weaknesses vary from CV to CV. And so understand, do they have HE bombs? Do they have AP bombs? Are they fast torps? Are they slow torps? All that plays into consideration. And once you know that, it goes by ship class. Like DD, turn off your AA. Even if you're a Holland, turn off your AA, and then turn in. Or if they're HE bombs, go perpendicular. If you're in a cruiser and they're AP rockets, angle. I mean, it's too easy. So it really depends on the ship type you're in, but also you have to know the enemy CV. Everybody knows. It's like knowing what can overmatch you. It's like, oh, I'm in a Minotaur, the Yamato can overmatch me. Okay, that's good to know. Versus, maybe if you're in a Stalingrad, you're going against Bourgogne, it can't. It's the same concept. You just have
Right.
to know what kind of planes, right? And then once you know that, the CV coming against, what planes are sending, the location of the planes, and then you mitigate it from there. But if you're just going in and you have no idea what an Indomitable can do, well, then you're screwed from the get go.
Yeah, and some of those people who do pay attention have had to relearn, like with the hack rockets, you almost want an angled ship, where now, the hack needs to have they've changed the reticle to horizontal, right? So you
Yeah,
want to
they did it for all CVs. Like once again, Wargaming is lowering the IQ of the game to its player base in the sense
right,
of all CVs now have horizontal rocket patterns, so you just turn in and it's easy.
right.
Same reason why I can't pilot my ship and fly planes at the same time. That's too much going on for the player. I can't decide when to use my damage control. That's too much going on for the player. So
Right.
they're making the game easier for everybody.
Yeah, which again is break. Do you think more of the complaints are coming from the better players, or do you think the mid to lower level players?
I mean both.
Yeah.
I think that the sheer masses are constantly complaining. I mean, there's a lot of great players in the game uh, that don't like CVs, and a lot of their points are valid. Potato Quality had a really great video with some great talking points. I don't necessarily agree with everything that he said or his solutions,
I
but
responded to him on that video.
yeah, but at least he was coming from a good place and is based
Yep.
more on facts as opposed to CVs are bad. Like I guarantee you PQ knows how to fucking sector his AA versus
Right.
Flamu running around here. It's like, oh, I'm gonna sector before I defensive. And like so when you don't have that basic knowledge of how to take out planes, you lose credibility. But as far as where the complaints are coming from, I think they come from a lot of places. I think what people don't realize, like people like Potato Quality, the O7s and KSCs of the world, we're the 1% of the player base that plays,
Right. Right.
clan battles to the hurricane level and that are very in depth about this. Most of the player base, I don't think they touch competitive. They don't understand it. They just like, oh, the CV killed me, CV bad. And because they didn't know how to mitigate the damage, all of a sudden it was an issue. And so,
Well,
but the question is how much is Wargaming seeing for them? Are they writing detailed responses to Sub Octavian on the forum? Maybe, maybe not, or maybe I don't know. Once again, I don't know how much Wargaming looks into Reddit and the forums and what people are saying versus how many tickets people are sending in about CVs. I don't have the answer to that. I don't think Wargaming's going to tell us that.
yeah, and you wonder what percentage of those people are just jumping on the bandwagon. They don't really know.
Correct.
They don't know
CV's
what's
bad.
going on, but they see the bandwagon and they want to jump on it and be part of it. They don't play CV, so they don't want anybody else to.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have the people like like the O7 crew and the Peloton thing and people like Flamu. They know the player base doesn't like CV, so it makes them money when they rail against CV. It's not going to make them money, make them tips, make them subs when they say like, oh, CVs are okay. Now I'm sure whether or not how much they believe of that and call CV pelts and creatures and stuff, I don't know. But I mean, it's a genius marketing tactic. We're going to go hunt CVs, call them creatures, and hunt them, and we're getting all sorts of viewers and subscriptions and tips. And so
Yeah.
for them, and being anti CV is a mini business. So I mean, I respect the hustle. How much of that hate is true, I don't know.
Right. It just could be a thing, not real, but a source of gimmick revenue, whatever it's being used for. But yeah, absolutely. I can see that because there are hate from CVs come from people that are very good CV players that just don't want them in the game or don't want them in competitive play. Maybe just remove them from competitive and it'll remove the hate because the other people won't care. But they already in ranked. I mean, you already felt that there. The CV's got the nerf of the base XP, so it's harder for them to save a star. Because quite honestly, I was saving a star almost every single game I lost in a CV before.
Yeah, because you can influence the game more. Once again, the problem,
Yeah.
the biggest problem that I see with wargaming, and this goes for all ship classes, but especially for CVs, there is balancing for randoms, and there's balancing for competitive, right? So if you had a CV that was balanced for 7-on-7 in competitive, it would be absolutely dog shit for randoms, right? But
Right.
then if you have one that's like good enough for randoms, then yeah, it's gonna be able to pull more weight in competitive, at least at competitive ranked. Clan, it gets iffy because once again, it depends how many ships there are. Because like 7 versus 7 versus 9 versus 9, there's a huge difference. Also depending on what the meta is, how many ships you can have, etc. But the thing is,
Right.
wargaming doesn't balance the competitive because that's such a small portion of their player base.
I say this all the time. I don't say I never say it's the ship imbalance that costs the win or loss. I never say any of that. To me, it all comes down to one thing, and you've mentioned it earlier. If you look at the matchmaking monitor, and again, I'm not a great CV player, but I look at me and I say, okay, let's say I'm playing the Enterprise. I got like almost a 70% win rate, and I think I do about 85,000 a game. I look at the other team's Enterprise, and if they've got Enterprise and they have a PR of 900, average 35,000 a game, well, I pretty much know right away we have a very good chance of winning that game. So to me, I think that there has to be some sort of way, if Matchmaking Monitor can identify the good and bad ships, why can't Wargaming do it when they filter and pick their teams? I think that's the biggest problem, as you mentioned earlier, is the gap between. And now that may be for other ships as well, but since there's only one CV, that's going to be the biggest impact because there's only one of them. And
yeah, I mean,
if
there's only one of them, and they're able to do a lot. And there's a reason why
Right.
Wargaming tries to make it only one CV per side in ship class. And like, I'll be the first one to tell you, they have an outstanding impact on the game compared to the kiting Yoshino on the one line. That's just
Wait, what's wrong with that?
I mean, nothing's wrong with it if you want to farm damage and lose. But I mean, ultimately, it's part of the game. Wargaming wants them to be in the game. They've spent a lot of money and resources and development time putting into that. And there's also I don't know how many. There's a decent number of people that like playing CV, and that's what they play. And if they weren't in the game, the question is, would they still play the game? And that's kind of an unknown question.
Well, and that's the thing for the people who are all on the hate bandwagon. They know, they have to know they're not going to remove them from the game, right?
I mean, they're gonna bitch and complain. It's the way it is now. How much they're nerfed, I don't know, but I mean, I'd still play the game if there weren't CVs. But I think it would hurt more if they were still in the game, but they were kind of nerfed into oblivion to where they just weren't useful. At the same time, if they made CVs, some of them, or somewhat more support class, and Wargaming actually rewarded spotting damage, maybe that's a conversation they can have. But they don't do that. The only thing you're working for in this game is kills and damage, and spotting does fuck all. So,
Yeah, the only thing spotting's good for is if you happen to have a mission or campaign, spotting damage.
Other than that, and especially when in the first place, you can't even rely on your teammates to hit anybody.
Right, and then they'll tell you, well, yeah, but it does affect it because it helps your team win. Well, yeah, that's a part of it, but this is an era of stats, right? And people want their stats, they want their PR and whatnot. So spotting damage doesn't really count for anything in regards to that. It will contribute to that, but it doesn't get you stats. And nobody cares about that, they just want to see the damage. They want to see, whatever else is going to get your XP up or your PR up or whatever.
That's what's rewarded.
Right, it's rewarded, which is a shame, and that could also hurt the FDR. It's good at spotting, but it's strictly about helping the team win, not getting your stats up. So maybe the average damage of FDRs will come down. Except for the one person who decides that they want to just keep farming the perimeter in the back, right?
No, but grand scheme, like the FDR, like it's kind of broken as a CV. But the problem is, there's not many changes you can make to it without making it useless. Because the whole point was,
right,
the CV with slow planes with high alpha and dot damage and everything, and that's what it does. They nerf it even more than they have, then the question is, like, what is it good for? It becomes another relic. It becomes another MBR.
Right. Yeah, it just doesn't have that again, the MBR, we know that sense of accomplishment now is not there. That alpha, that big,
Right, the
bam.
sense of accomplishment, but the ability to win games, even on 7 versus 7 competitive. I mean, you just trounce them. Like I said, like, I don't keep beating the dead horse, but the MBR is worthless.
Yeah, that's kind of what I started getting real good at dropping those triple sets, and that led to someone else did mention this. I think it was Reaper, who brought that up when I think I took out 3 ships in a clan battle game. And he's the one I think first called, said, "Wow, you're the hammer." And I said, I'm going to run with that. And but that was all based on what the MBR could do on those particular ships, and that was devastating. Whether it was a Stalin or a Moskva or a battleship, dropping for 26,000 that unhealable damage is pretty brutal.
It is brutal, especially with the meta, especially at the lower Typhoon levels. We have a lot of those Russian super cruisers or
Right.
battleships to where you can get those sets. But that's why I saw a lot of teams at the end at the higher tier. So a lot of people with things like Borgone and Repub, where the MBR was nearly worthless to get them. Like if you get a set at all, it's going to be 1. You're never going to
Yeah.
see 2, and so you're mitigating that from the MBR.
And what people are, I know you do, but and what I do, but there's a difference. I mean, a midway drop versus a hack or a MBR drop, you're talking healable and unhealable damage.
You are, but once again, when you're talking from a competitive mindset, healable damage is essentially unhealable if you do it fast enough. And
If you do it fast enough, right?
you're having the team focus fire. And now with the midway, I can do a 20,000 alpha drop, and that's not necessarily healable. I mean, there's levels of healable depending whether it's pen damage, citadel, right? But it's still a lot of it's pen damage, plus the fires or getting the dots and then forcing a damage control. So that way it's so competitive right now. I mean, you have the FDR as 1, and then the hack and midway are probably fighting for number 2. I mean, I'd maybe put the hack ahead, but the hack has gotten its rockets nerf. It's gotten its AP bomb damage nerf, and it's gotten the lead up with the AP bombs nerfed. So, I mean, at this point, like every update for the past year has been nerf after nerf in CV, and I think some of them were needed, but
it's not stopping. It's the problem.
No, it's not stopping, and I think they're in a decent place right now. I'm sure I'll get a lot of hate for that comment, but I think there's changes you can make, but it's changes to things like spotting, and it's not just or if they had nerfed the damage to the MBR, if they had taken like 1,000 citadel damage, even 2,000 citadel damage away from each bomb, I wouldn't have been happy about it, but I think that would have been fine. But RNG,
because you want that. You want that feeling that, okay, there's a battleship with the 6,000. I want to feel that I can go with their AP bombers and finish them off.
Or at least more likely than not, or have a fucking chance. Right now, it's like it's more. I'm rolling the dice if I hit the man. Citadels are out of the question. It's just whether or not I hit them.
Right. Hey, I don't know how much time you have, but I want to just take like a 1 minute, 2 minute break, and I'd like to open it up, see if anybody wants to ask you any questions. Can you hang out for a little bit more?
Yeah, sure. I'm not doing anything.
All right, boys. So anybody in chat? I don't know the best way to do that. Are you on the stream? Can you see the chat, Cable?
Yeah, I can see the chat. I'll pull it up.
Okay, so I'm gonna take like a 1 minute break. I'll be back. But if you guys have questions, I guess just start ripping them out there, and Cable can kind of pick them up and answer them, and we'll see what we can come up with. But I'll be back like in a minute. Thanks.
All right. If anybody has questions, go ahead. All right, Lord Smiley asks, how do I get the FDR work? You can farm damage hard to influence the game. So yeah, so compared to other CVs, the FDR is probably a little bit less of an influencer. It kind of goes to what I said earlier. And once again, we're talking about random versus ranked, but especially in randoms, I pick a flank and I dominate that flank. And that might mean I do less damage. My average damage in the FDR isn't great, but I'm going to dominate that flank. And ultimately, I want to make sure a couple things. Well, 3 things. 1, our team gets that cap, or the A or C cap typically. I keep as many of our ships alive as possible by dropping fighters along my path, and I take out the enemy ships as soon as possible to get them out of the game, get our team the plus points from killing the ships, and just get them out so they can't shoot us. So by doing that, by winning that one flank, you're giving yourself a probably 50% chance to win or more, just because like I said earlier, if your team wins the other flank, it's an automatic win. If they lose that flank, even if they have 2 out of the 3 caps, at least you're still in the game and you're not having to play as much catch up. So in the part of you winning that flank, it's going to be harder for you to get that damage depending on what is over there. If it's a bunch of Yamatos, you can get the damage too. But if it's a bunch of Hollands and everything, but you spot them and get them killed, at least you're getting the win. So Crow, you got friendly fired. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten friendly fired. I've gotten torped. Usually they get pinged, but the problem becomes when they do 5,000 damage to you, and that 5,000 damage when I'm battle CVing can be the difference between winning and losing. I say you mentioned pop DFA and then sector. Okay, so yeah, I can do that. So what sector does, like it does that instant damage, right? But what DFA does, it gives you percentage damage increase, right? So let's say I'm just using random numbers here. Let's say I'm in whatever ship I sector, right? And I sector and I hit him in with an instant 1,000 damage. The thing is, if I've popped DFA before I sector, and the DFA is called a 50% damage increase of my A, that 1,000 instant damage now becomes 1,500 instant damage. And so the amount of, and never mind the following on. And so the amount of planes I'm going to shoot down goes up, the amount of plane damage I goes up, and their ability to get off that strike, especially follow-up strikes, is going to be lower. If I pop defensive A before and then if I pop my sector and then defensive A, I'm wasting an epic shit ton of damage on those planes. And people are like, oh, why am I not shooting planes? Especially when you're trying to get them with that initial sector with the DFA up on top of whatever flak they're hitting in the outside rings.
Silent, thanks for following. That's why you're in awakes. So have you just been woke, Saint?
Yeah, so like that alone is going to get you more. Yeah, so once again, so people are saying they've never heard of this, right? But I guarantee it. Go into a testing room or go with your training battle with your friends and test it. There's gonna be a significant difference, especially if you're in a ship that has defensive like a Holland, right? And it's your flat cloud explosions, your instant sectoring is that much higher than other ships. It's gonna help, right? And are they gonna be able to get off that first strike? Probably. But the fact that they take that initial damage to the last plane, they're going to lose some planes probably nearly instantly. On top of they're not going to be able to do those follow-up strikes, and that's what you're trying to get. You're going to increase plane loss, right? So if you think about it, let's say you have 3 or 4 defensive ace out the game, and CV is just harassing you. If you sector in the wrong order, you're giving up thousands and thousands of damage, lots of different planes, and that could be the difference at the end of the game, right? Like let's say there's a Audacious coming at you with rockets. That can be the difference between whether or not he has the last squad of rockets to finish you off at the end of the game. And that's one of those CV things, because I play CV, I know how to counter them. And so spread that far and wide. It'll make my life harder, but maybe people will complain less.
Yeah, I went in when I was with KSC. We found that out, and you'd be surprised how many people are not aware of that. They're not aware of that order of what you do things, and then Cable, as far as range of when you want to pop those things, what would you recommend them based on averages?
As soon as they come in. So let's see the sectoring. Another reason you pop defensive A first, right? Just because reaction time, you don't know exactly when the planes are going to swing into your A. Ideally, you want to pop defensive like right before they enter, right? So people like, oh, I'm wasting defensive A time. Yeah, but the CV is not going to be hovering you for 40 seconds. So even if you lose a couple seconds of defensive A time where you're not firing AA, but the defensive A is already up the second they go into your flak clouds, then it's worth it, because that's what does the plane damage. Continuous is okay, but you really want them to be running into that giant beefed up defensive A flak cloud. So that's another reason you do it first. So if your A range is 6, as soon as they get to 6.2, 6.1, and they're coming in on you, you pop defensive, you wait till your A starts going off so you know your sector is going to work, and then you sector. I say, yeah, thanks. Talking about a BB doing all things necessary if you're alone getting focused. Well, first off, there's your first problem. Ideally, you're not alone getting focused. But as far as increasing survivability, it's knowing what planes are coming at you, the type of planes, and what you're going to do. So like if you're in Ohio, or like let's say Massachusetts, because they can turn like a motherfucker, right? you're gonna have to be turning, and the problem is people don't like turning based on the planes because maybe if you have a super slow turret traverse like Yamato, you're not gonna be able to get those shots. But you have to ask yourself: is me getting off the extra shots important, or me taking less damage more important? Additionally, if you're at a Yamato and it's something like MVR planes, just you can kind of ignore them. Like with your torpedo protection, you're gonna take a 8,000 damage if all three hit, but it's not gonna be that bad. Additionally, right, a lot of battleships they will instantly damage control off of a fire. You don't do that. Even if I'm bombing you and I'm in a midway, I get 2 fires on you. Wait, for the love of God, wait the damage control. Because what I will do is I will look at my damage counter, and the damage counter stops. I count depending on what tier I'm at. Call it 15 seconds for damage control. 15 seconds go by, and then I'll go for my other strike with probably a 5-second buffer, and I will hit you nearly as soon as your damage control goes down. So any permafires I get on you are ticking for the max amount of time. So another thing, survivability, taking less damage, don't instantly damage control. Even if it's a flood, especially if it's a flood, don't damage control instantly. Now, a lot of CVs will get impatient and they'll go back in. As soon as they start the strike and you time it, hit the damage control. So your damage control is still ticking down. Your damage control is still up by the time they strike you. You're going to take more damage, but you're not going to take that dot.
Okay, but you say that you
Yeah.
say that, and a lot of people I think may or may not know this. You have a certain immunity because that is ups, right? So
Yeah. So it's like, let's say because you scroll over damage control to say active time 10 seconds or active time 15 seconds. As soon as you hit that damage control to repair the fire, during that 15 seconds, you cannot take fires. You cannot take floods. On top of that, it's worth mentioning, especially in a battleship, all that fire damage is healable, right? So if you're in a Yamato, just take the fire damage. Your reload's going to get ticked up for a bit, and then you can heal 100% of it back. The problem is when you damage control instantly, then I get 2 permafires on you, and you take however many 20,000. I don't know the fire numbers. I'm not good at math, but you take 20,000 worth of fire damage. Yeah, then that's what hurts because it's much harder to heal all of that back. Optimal range, sector, emitter, far, sector, far. Sector, you want to sector as soon as your AA guns start going off to get that instant damage, because especially if you're in a ship that doesn't have the best AA and they're coming around for the second strike, depending how you're spec'd or depending how long they take, then you get the opportunity to sector again.
I understand, I Saint. I understand all too well. Any other questions? Elemental questions? So, Cable, did you want to play any games, or you want to go play with real people?
I'll play, and if people have more questions while playing, just let me know and I'll answer them.
Okay, I Saint, you want to come join us, or are you kind of rediscovering your brain? Those who don't know, I Saint is also a streamer. I don't know if my thing should have went off. My shout out to you. He's a battleship main. He likes to sit in the back and kind of just be safe. What he likes to do. What was that? Oh. Let's see if I can find you, Mr. Cableguy.
Hopefully.
Yeah, there you are. Fight to div. All right.
What are we playing?
I wish people can watch you play CV. But I'll let you pick. If you want to play CV, I would certainly understand that, because you are by far better than me.
Do an FDR game because I hate myself.
Because you hate yourself. If you hate yourself, you do an MVR game, right?
That's just not enjoyable. But I'm a masochist, so I'll play it.
Okay, so I could play my Yoshino and turn pink by torping from 20 kilometers away from my team. I've been really digging the Yahagi. You know, I know, right? I've had back-to-back Krakens in the Yahagi. I have no idea why, and I'm doing most of the damage by going in there and playing like I'm a Emilio. I'm charging in, and and going in and torping people. Well, I'm going to play what all the other people play, and I'm going to sit and I'm going to get way out, and I'm going to tell you to put fighters over me. I would like to know how to deal with DDs. Like, go ahead.
That'll work.
Yep. I would like to know how to deal with DDs, but I don't think you can explain it in words. And you know, and let me say this, Kevin, you can certainly follow up. Again, Oscons, you guys came from there. You know how good he is. You know how well he explains things. Cableguy and Fuchsia taught me how to play. You can explain to your blue in the face, but until you get the experience of doing it, I think that's what really matters, is going out there and actually getting the feel.
Dealing with these, it depends on the DD, depends on the ship. I mean, obviously, generally, depending on most CVs, like rockets are your best chance. So part of it is spotting. So ideally, if you're going after DDs, they're in a position to be spotted and shot at by your team, because you want that added impression, that extra damage. But you're trying to line it up in a way to where they're broadside. And if they have their A off and they're being sneaky about it, you just have to, a lot of it is just actual muscle memory and experience to where you're starting your strike. Because if I'm in a midway, a lot of times I'm starting my rocket strike before they're even spotted. So by the time my reticle's closed in, I've guessed about where they are, and I'm hitting with that. If you're doing something like with an FDR with HE bombs, you just gotta have to used to get leading them and guessing well.
Yeah, and as far as the FDR rockets, I think it was intentional not to give that a spotter plane, right?
Yeah.
So you can't spot and then come back and wreck it with the rocket planes.
Correct. Unfortunately, because the FDR rockets can slap DDs, but they really need to be spotted by somebody else.
Well, they should allow 2 CVs, tier 10 CVs in a game, so one could spot for them.
Oh, that'd be great.
So,
got 3 thunders. What's up with all the thunders?
I think there's a mission out there for fires or something. I don't play the Thunder very often. I don't play. Let's see, where am I at?
So, case in point, gentlemen, there's this Shimmer with his AA on. Nah, he turned it off. That's sad.
Well, I haven't fired at anybody yet, so wonder if I can hit a Holland from 21 kilometers. Hey, it's a Wookiee guy. That's not Game Prodigy.
So, case in point, everybody, the Holland turned on his AA at max range. I just hit him with 10k with rockets.
Oh, I went all around him with things. Yeah, that hurt him. Why? So he had his AA on permanently, right? And that's how you used to be able to get that drop on him. Somebody told me one time, I questioned that, and it said, well, with the Holland, you have to have that because then you're getting full damage. That makes no sense, right?
Like this game, I could have, probably gotten a permafire on this guy the Slav, made him damage control, permafire, etc. But I've done 13k to this Holland, kept him out of the cap, and now we're getting the A cap to start.
And does it look like they're giving up A? The Hollands doesn't know it yet, though, right?
Yeah, so now we've capped A, we kept the Holland out, and we've done some damage to him. Yeah, I'm gonna let this A flank.
What the hell, FDR? I was about to shoot at that Holland. You wouldn't spot for me.
I know, it's the way of the world.
Reported.
So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a quick win. We have B, we have C.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go GK with this Thunder.
Pretty much. So now the Holland has made the bold decision to go into the cap.
Yeah, I see that.
Attention. Reporting the target position.
Shima is using his guns. I'm gonna compliment that. So now, even if the Holland goes dark, he'll be spotted. And
He
now
went
he's dead.
dark. He
So,
went straight doom.
Our team has
So now
taken
that
the lead.
my early damage to the Holland assisted a Shima in gunning down the Holland.
And now you got a fat old Thunder by himself, huh? Well, there's a Shima. Guess I gotta watch his torps.
Yeah, but now I'm in damage farming mode because this is away.
Enemy cruiser sighted.
Wow. The Kerfers detonated the Shim. Why couldn't I hit him? I hit him a few times. I get the good damage and he gets a detonation. Fancy that. A Thunder put a fire on me.
Now you can heal it.
Is he slowing down?
I don't know.
No. I'm turning the wrong way. I gotta go turn into the action, not away from it. Not slowing down too much, but a little bit. Yeah, especially in a Conqueror, you don't want to put out fires early, right? Conqueror, Thunder. Oh, my zoom just went in and out real quick.
So case in point, the Thunder, he damage controlled as I was coming for my strike. I used my speed boost to stay as slow as possible to let that DCP tick down. Now he has permafire.
Let that fire burn on me about 20,000 damage, and I got almost all of it back.
Exactly. Their team positioning is top notch.
They got a nice little Rogo in there. See their wall of defense?
Maybe they think that's where the caps are.
Victory is in sight.
Uh-oh, I just blew up some indigenous people on that island. And speaking of island, you're stationed in Hawaii, right?
Correct.
So I do want to thank you for your service. Everybody knows he is a military man, so we appreciate that.
I do what I can. I get paid well. Well, paid okay.
Well, you don't work because you're an officer, right?
Correct.
We all know that thing. Yeah, I know. I should have AP loaded on this thing, right? There's a lot of people tell me, and it's got very good AP in it, but... Fuego! Need to get some fire damage on shit. Know where that Midway was going. I took a snapshot at him. Snapped the shit out of nothing. Turning in, he is turning in. Yeah, wouldn't be the prime game you'd pick out for a damage thing, huh?
No, I'm still at 120 though, so I'll deal with it.
I'm already at 33,000. Wow.
That was
We
an
zeroed him
8-minute
out.
game.
Yeah. Yeah, I only have an average 100,000 in the Thunder, where I think good people average about 150. They didn't finish in the bottom.
Not your pick.
My pick. Was anybody that's left? Who's you guys still got people left? Yeah, we still got people left. Anybody want to see me play a particular ship? I don't just play CV. I do play other ships. Bueller. I guess the delay, you gotta wait a little bit. What are you good at? What am I not good at? Well, I guess good is the thing. I tell you what since we mentioned the Enterprise, let me play the Enterprise. Because I'm making money. I'm in the middle of a making money session thing here, so I usually make like 1 to 1.2 million in the Enterprise. Cash money. Audacious possibly would be interesting, especially me playing it. One of us play the Audacious next. If you want to see me, then Cable better get his carry pants on real good.
No, I'll just shoot dumb planes.
General quarters.
What do we got? A tier 10 game?
Looks like it.
Well, at least there's no Holland. So I'll be looking for DDs, in particular the Akazuki, because their flare gun doesn't really bother me too much when they shoot it at me. Marceau's a little bit different.
Hopefully I get to shoot down some Kaga planes.
Planes are spotted when I came around the island, so see if someone's heading into B or they're going wide. Okay, there's a Jutland. See if I can get him to smoke early. And there's a Marceau. Maybe I'll, since he's got his AA on, see if I get a free shot at him. Turned a little bit. Still got his AA on. He's stopping. So he gave me 5,500 damage I probably shouldn't have got on him. If he didn't have his AA on, I would have never spotted him. And I'd rather take the Marceau off the map than the Jutland, I think. Smiley, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you back. Hope you got some good information from Cable. Alright, let's see. Who's in that cap? The Marceau? Let's find out. It's not the Marceau.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get away in this tier 10 fast.
You can keep that Jutland spotted. I don't know if we got anybody really around there to shoot at him. Yeah, he's smoking. Alright, bought a little bit of time. I think I'm going to come back with Torp, see if I can get him in the smoke. Yeah, it seems like you do so much opportunity for less damage if you focus on DDs, right?
Yeah, 100%. But might win your team game.
Yeah. And you might get some low damage kills too. So it looks like the Jutland is kind of angled with the way the guns look like they were coming out. Alright, who's spotting my planes? So it's the Marceau. Well, it's the Akazuki going into the smoke as well. Alright. Hope he turns out a little bit, then I might hit him. He's turning out. But he got the cap. If he's going to beach himself, he's turning back in again. But I know, well, it is the Jutland, so he may be smoking again real soon. We've got a few ships out on the east flank, I think.
And hopefully they push down. I'm gonna go try to cap C, but the Jutland and Akazuki might be rotating there.
Well, Jutland hasn't smoked as of yet. Let's see where he is. He's got to be coming out this way, or he's turning all the way around. He is smoking again. Let's see if we can start a fire on the Bart. And we did. I may back up a little bit here.
I recommend that.
Why does it look like I'm backing up? Let's see, that Bart's gonna try. You want me to spot the DDs or work on that Bart from pushing?
No, I can't take on that.
Yeah.
Go wide. I'm gonna try to throw a strong bar.
He's speeding up a little bit, looks like.
So yes.
There's a flood. Yeah, he's dead. See if we can get another drop in here. Alaska's turning in.
Of course, our Sheena launches a light spread.
Did he really? I don't use bombs. Oh.
I would start running more. I'm gonna go try to get the cap.
Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
Yeah, caps would be good. Alright, somebody smoke. Well, maybe I'll go, oh, alright. There's, Akazuki. He didn't like that, but keeps his AA on.
Yeah, I believe we done that one already. The last is the problem.
Well, if we lose our other ships, yeah, Akazuki's down under 1,000, I think. I'm gonna interrupt the Jutland while you got him occupied. Looks like he's turning broad to you.
That works.
I think I saw fire coming from about right. Uh-oh, watch it, Jim. Oh, got him.
Nice.
Hope I don't get our shim as well. And let's see if this Alaska overturns. No, I don't think he is. Turn a little bit. All right, dare I go try to AP bomb the Alaska?
Nice option.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go try to get into C.
Our Montana's kind of interesting over there. I know I can sit it all day, Alaska. Hitting them is going to be the question. backing up. He wasn't trying to avoid too much.
Once again, I'm gonna go try to get the C, and the C just keeps spotting me though.
You want I should go take the CV out? Well, he's almost dead. Look at him. I was kind of joking there, but then I looked up at him, and he's 3/4. Maybe I should go spot him for the Montana. I think we can get this Alaska off the map here, though.
He has a lot of torps.
Turning out. Uh-oh. I'll say, okay, I think that Marceau's somewhere spotting me here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, shit.
Flip back and try to save you, but no promises.
Looks like he's going after the shim right now. That's it, shim. Smoke up. I'll spot him for you. There's 3K. Is he going to use the smoke against me? Another 4. Got 2 planes left. The Hindenburg took him out. He's not going to stop through that smoke, is he? He did.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure, guys.
Okay, I'm going to go see if I can bomb that Moskva. Wonder where the cog is. He's he could be a one shot for the Yami. Oh, we lost our Monty that was pushing.
Yeah. Hard to influence us. Influence the game, we're bottom tier.
I bet we finish near the top though.
Probably made me up that much. Every time I tried to move in, I got spotted.
Damn CVs.
Yep. Oh, these guys are pushing too.
Their Moskva just shot into an island. This isn't good. I hate trailing through flak. Too much plane dying. Really? One overpan off the side? We had another ship detonated.
That's less than ideal. Yeah, I'm gonna die. Muscles become the radar range, man. So I'm standing here.
Well, if Venezia can get into decap.
There's the radar.
So let's see the flood. Looks like he did not repair the flood yet.
I'm somehow alive.
Now he repaired the flood. Let's see if I can get a fire on him. Venezia's turning away from decap. The Big E. Yeah, the Big E is fun to play. It used to be a lot more fun. Tom's Red CV, you did well. Did I? You only did well if you win the game.
Yeah, I can better it.
I just want to fire here. Got one. Not that that's going to affect him. I'm going to dash down. I'm going to take decap. What I'm going to do. Well, at least he wasn't detonated.
The enemy is about to win.
Where's the Mosfa going?
In 5 minutes.
Oh, they're just running. Got the caps. Far more damage.
5 versus 2. He's gonna shoot my planes down. So one thing with the Enterprise is, I know it's got tier 10 planes. It's really, I don't play a whole lot different in tier 10s. I mean, assuming I don't get like the Worcester, the Minnow, or the Holland. Yeah, it's still pretty effective against most of the ships.
Yeah, it's not up to CV to be up tiered in.
Yeah.
G or top?
We're lost.
Alright, I got one more to me, then I'm gonna go take a break, so your pick.
No, go ahead. Pick out. Pick what you want to play. Well, why don't you play the Audacious?
God.
I think someone wanted the. Of course, again, they can't see you play it, which kind of sucks. But
I'm gonna have to check a captain.
I mean, if that's what you don't feel like, yeah, I mean, you can play something else if and you like. If it's gonna be a hassle and you want to get going, don't worry about it.
No, I'll play the horrible Audacious.
Almost have the Strasbourg hunt done here. Was scrapped by a person who lived in. Oh, okay. He's giving a little backstory on the Enterprise. I have. Yeah, that's a bit. I'm going to go against the odds here, and I'm going to play a Somers against the CV.
That is less than ideal, but you do you.
Hey, at least I know, right? I knew it was a stupid play to start with, so. And the difference between me and you is I made the stupid play. For those that don't know, the Enterprise was scrapped by a person who lived in Rivervale, New Jersey. They kept the stern there and have a small memorial set up for her, as well as Rivervale Library. I grew up very close to there. Nice. I normally, really? We got some KSE guys in here. Oh no, Webby. We got the Webbage. But I used to have I got a tapestry, and it says CV6 on it, which I believe is the Enterprise. So it's a nice little scenario of the Enterprise in the background. But I keep taking it on and off to see what I like.
Time for me to be disappointed.
Action stations.
Time for you to be disappointed? But look, you got 3 KSE guys on our team.
That'll help.
We should dominate. And I'm in the Somers. I kind of suck in. Well, I do average 86,000 a game. I just can't win in it.
Nah, I mean, it's a tour mode.
It's limited. My game only got 12 games. I don't play CB much. Yeah, you do kind of suck. You only average 124,000 in the Audacious.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you get to playing quick or what?
I don't know. I haven't played this thing in months.
You probably average more in one drop than I do in a game.
Hopefully I can stay on this flank with Harp Yamato. They tend to be awesome.
Yeah, they tend to like to eat torps too. Hi. Well, I don't really want to gunfight on Marceau, do I? And I don't want to be Hydra. Are they in a div? They are. Okay, I see how they're playing. I'm gonna get the hell out of here.
Yeah, all my rockets missed. Excellent.
Excellent. I'm gonna take my little Shimagaring torps. See if I can get that 52 out of the smoke. Well, I'll be back in the game in another minute and a half.
Oh, these rockets are so sad. There you go.
Enemy destroyer blown up.
Imagine using Hydra.
Right? Isn't that sitting in smoke 101? Don't go in cap and smoke broadside to you when you know there's a torpedo somewhere around you?
Well, especially when you have Hydra as a Z.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think they had a full plan that them and the Marceau were going to go, okay, I'll smoke, and he was supposed to be in the smoke, and maybe they're supposed to hydro for him, but I think
That
maybe
did
when you
not
spotted them, yeah, when you spotted them, it kind of changed their plans.
So is out of the.
Yep, I see that.
I think the sail shoots at him.
And I still have my smoke, so... Oh, I got... Well, let's see, where's that Des Moines? They'll probably cap or hydra radar as soon as I pop into cap. Yep, he's in radar range now, and he's fired at radar. So I'm guessing he's going to try to turn in.
That helps. Oh, we have two of their DBs dead. Marceau isn't too hot. We haven't capped, but neither have they.
Critical engine damage.
Oh, the Marceau turned off his AA. He got smart.
Be nice if the Somers had
Main
a
turret
heal.
critically damaged. Problem solved, sir.
Trying to hold on to my smoke. I'm not firing, so as soon as the radar goes off, I'll be dark. Alright.
Stations, concentrate fire.
Des Moines is what, 10 radar, right?
Yep.
Alright, so he is ran out. Des Moines is going to turn around, he's not going to push south. Now, where'd that Marceau go? One is pushing out, gives me a little bit of breathing room from radar. So let's hold on to the smoke until I see the CV coming. CVN-80 is the new Enterprise.
Our team has taken the lead.
Stations, concentrate fire on that target.
A bit longer. Let me get behind that rock so he can't shoot me if he radars me. The Thunder can, but...
Did your torps get on the Thunder?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna get at least one. Nope. However, we did get the cat. Now, I gotta watch the Thunder, or the Des Moines. Don't have torps ready, so... Gotta keep the island between him and I. He's hydroing me. He can't shoot me, but Thunder can. Yeah, I should chase him around the island, because he might be coming around to get me.
Main turret, critical
But I gotta get out of his hydro range.
The ship is on fire. Engine boost activated. Problem solved, sir.
Nice, there goes the last DD.
Our victory is in sight.
That was a great battle.
Oh, that was weird.
Concentrate fire on that enemy warship.
That's a pretty long hydro he's got there.
Karma flood on the Thunder.
The ship is on fire.
Nice thing is that Des Moines is very focused on me.
That hydro needs to go away.
Oh, well, that was
Zeroed
a-
him out. Wow, another quickie.
A lot of matches are like that these days.
Yeah, they are.
I got third.
I got fifth, and I did like nothing. Well, I did get a kill with a torp on a DD. I suppose that's best thing you can do is get full damage on a DD, almost full damage.
All right, man. Well, I'm getting off. You have a good one.
Yeah. So hey, I really appreciate it, and it'd be nice to have you back sometime. But this is something that's pretty fun. Like I said, I've never done this before, so it's kind of interesting to, from that side, to interview someone. So I hope you enjoyed it, and like to see you back.
And happy to be here. Talk to you later.
All right, sir. Thalamus Marca, thanks for following. Appreciate it. Hope a lot of people got some questions answered. Yeah, I wanted to give another opinion of a CV player to kind of echo some of my thoughts. Now, granted, let's assume I'm a 5 and Cable's a 10, but some of the ideas and the thoughts are the same. But people are more likely to listen to him than listen to me, right? And I wouldn't blame him, because he carries that weight. He can do that. All right, let's well, I'll tell you what, I'll play the game in the Audacious with advanced warning that I'm not a great Audacious player. Got everything in place. We've managed to climb up to 200 followers, 50 more, and we have a tier 6 ship giveaway. So it kind of when you're like in a clan with I got C right on the other team now. See what Webby's playing the Roosevelt. So when you're in a clan with guys like Cable and Fuchsia and Oshkans, even CPR and some guys, it's really You're really a low-end CV player, right? You don't feel you're that bad, but you're not nearly as good as some of these people. It makes you see how much more you can improve. Red has the better CV. No shit. No, my Audacious, I have about a 1400 PR, averages 92,000. Oh, Webby averages 80,000, and a Roosevelt with a 677 PR. And you know something? That's what you're going to get when you first learn the FDR. You're going to have a low PR because people have so much damage in it. Until you can start fielding more damage, your PRs are going to suck. I don't know why I'm doing a pre-drop, but it seems like the thing to do in case I run across the Holland. I just hope he doesn't try to come CV snipe me, a little prick. Really, Webby? You're gonna drop a frickin' fighter way out there? Fine, drop it. Anna's turning out. Looking for damage and fires. Mostly fires I want. Alright, we got a fire. 13,000 in a fire. So, 2 more drops like that, and I've hit my average. Alright, maybe not quite. So, KSE, I was in that clan. I didn't leave on hard terms. It was fine. Just time for a change. All the KS clans are very awesome. As are the RNG clans. They have the same thing. We have dash and underscore RNG. I would definitely recommend both of them. Well, the Montana's still burning. Now the Haragumo, even an Audacious may be able to torp a Haragumo because they turn so slow. I think I'm gonna have to close the window next time I'm starting to get the chills. Maybe I get the chills from playing with Cableguy. You know, this is not the this is not the Indomitable. I don't need to do a pre-drop. So let's call that dumbass number 1. I was spotting. That's what I was doing. I was spotting for the Gumo so I can come torque him. I really hope we don't push. We're going to lose our Haragumo. Especially if the CV spots him. Smolens, what angle's he at? He's about there, and he's going to stay in his smoke, I think. Well, now my planes are spotted, so... I think they got the Gumo and the Smolensk. Yeah, okay. So the Gumo's right here. I want to spread my... Oh, it won't let me spread my red cloud. I want to spread it out a little bit. Don't turn in on me. Ouch. Can't lose. I'm assuming that was on the Republic, since I probably hit him in the nose. If you get torps in the nose or the ass, you get a better flood chance. I don't know if it's documented, but I know it's true. Does that make sense? Trying to slow this flank down a little bit. Well, Montana said enough of that bullshit. Oh, Gumo's still in fire or smoke. Holland, don't you even think about pushing up there. I am going to pre-drop. The thing to remember this is it's where the Indomitable gets right back into the attack. This has a delay. 8 second delay. So I was just saving planes there. I wasn't doing it for any other purpose of slingshotting. How about 8,000 in a fire? I'm at 30,000 now. 8,000 in a fire. I suppose I say detonation, I wouldn't get that, would I? So I live in Georgia, and it does get cold in Georgia. I can tell when my pool filter clicks on automatically when it hits 32 degrees. I don't think it's quite hit that point yet, but getting close. Which way are you gonna turn, Gummo? He's got torps out at him. Alright, let's see if I can bracket him. They're slower torps, but... You gonna turn? You gonna turn?
Fighter destroyed.
Guess no one's firing at him now. I wanted to get that off. Alright, I gave them no shot. I spotted him. Let's see, we got the Hindenburg that's low. Where's the Smolensk? He is low as well. Again, I'd like to stop the Republic push. Looks like he is stopping, but we also got other... He's being focused. Let's go chip in there. Do we try this? No. We'll come back later for him. We gotta get that Republic. We got a chance to get him off before he heals. Get a chance to get him off before he heals. Let's do it. Oh, somebody got the Guma and the Smolensk. Alright, let's go back and see if we can get another fire on the Republic. He's about dead. Should be able to finish him with rocket if he's under 4,000. Nice, he's healing up a little bit. Oh, that was a nice hit. Whoever hit him. And I'm not too worried about the angle now. I was looking at angles before, but now I'm not worried about it. Nice. I'm really not worried about it. Too much an angle for me to take out Sea White, but if I can do a little damage, get a fire on him, piss him off. Defensive fire. He may take my planes out here. That's alright. Rather have him use defensive fire against my rocket planes than my torps or bombers. So I haven't done a whole lot. You know, I felt to help suppress the push over that side. We turned the Monty, turned the Republic around. Little through my effect, but the focus was there. Did. Well, thank you for taking away my torp damage. Alright, who do we got left here? Still need the Hindenburg, he's low. Zao. Where are you, Webbage? That go help? With the Gumo up there. Maybe. Maybe I'll do 5,000-6,000 and fire on the Zao. He keeps pushing. Past that island, it looks like he is. Might be more effective going after the 52, but we may be able to focus fire that Zao down. Well, he turned in. I did not expect that. Not expect him to turn in. Really wanted a fire there.
Torpedoes to port. Fighter destroyed.
Where are they at? Webby torpedoes? Webby Tito's? Alright, let's see if we can go finish the Zao off. At least spot him so someone can finish him off. Yammy. Mad Dog, Mad Dog. Okay, there is a DD back here somewhere. Where is he? Yep. I understand. Go find him. Did the 52 decide to drop down? Or is it the Holland? Planes are spotted. Alright, let's turn up north. My CV is still spotted though. There he is. Kind of fire for an effect thing. Didn't anticipate or didn't think I would hit him. But he had his AA off, but I got a general idea where he's at. The question is he going to turn south or north? So let's start an attack about here. Where is he at? That's a fire. We're burning. Anybody else got shots at him? Well, Audacious wouldn't be my favorite ship to go after a Holland with, but I do have planes. Come on, turn your AA on. Come on. Come on. Oh, he made it way out there, did he? Could have been worse, could have been better.
Torpedoes to starboard. Fighter airborne. Fighter destroyed. Hull breach. We're taking on water.
Nice, good job. Good job, boys. Holland torps you're not so much worried about as opposed to Japanese torps. Japanese torps are nasty. Hey, turn, I say. Alright, so we still got the Hindenburg that wants to get dead. Sea White. Sea White. I don't think he's watching. Well, they're in a big clumber of ships, so I don't anticipate doing too good a drop on there. Could go for fires on the Kremlin. Probably not going to get a whole lot of pins. Maybe superstructure 'em.
Problem solved, sir.
We have not won this game yet.
In 5 minutes.
That helped. Louise can give broadside to the Montana. Thank you, Kremlin, for pushing. Eight non-pins. Kind of expected that. Need to get my bow back in to shorten my attack time up. Or my return to battle time, I should say.
Autopilot enabled.
Makes a big difference which way you're facing. If you need to get away and turn in. You don't want to be in the back and turn away. Add more to your travel time. Well, I do got to close that window. Colder than a well digger's ass in Wyoming in here. Don't ask. Don't ask. Start that drop about now. Usually about 5 kilometers. Where's he at? Well, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get a fire on him. Wow. One of those things are even going to hit. It took forever to hit. So, I'm getting about my average damage. I'm a little bit under. A few more torpedo hits. But looks like I'm going to win a game, so that's good. And this isn't my... I don't want to say it's not my favorite, because I do have fun playing it, kind of. It's really simple, you know, mostly bombs. But, you know, it's really impacted a lot on fires, too.
Our team has taken the lead.
A lot just like the Arc Royale. You know, it's all dot damage. British ships are a lot of dot damage. That goes except for like the minnow, but a lot of British ships are dot damage. Ooh, he may be dead right there. Lops. Yep. Too much cheek. We should have speed boost right now. I don't think I'll get a return fire, but I'll put my heel on. Make sure I get one attack. This fighter's engaged. I'll lose those. Let's get ready to come back to something else. Don't know if they'll be around in time. Well, I'm glad most of you, or some of you, a good part of you hung around. I am a new streamer, so I'm trying to get new things involved. I'm trying to have set up some sort of thing like I did with cable. Oscons has already agreed to come on at some point. Like get different perspectives. Then I'll find out, see if I can find the one of the top, you know, surface ship players. See if I can get one of those guys. There won't be too hard to find. You know, we know all the top clans, top players. Then get some guys from my clan, RNG, has some very good players in it. Just kind of developing an identity right now on streaming. I don't think I'm gonna make it here to a bop. Sorry, Webby. I wanted your pelt. Heal. Just heal. Well, let me go ahead and comp those boys. I bet I finished near the bottom. 1500. It's not bad though. Montana did well. Wabby, worthy adversary. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, probably 38.7 seconds, and I'll be right back. Close that window. All right. Okay. Oh, looks like we did another campaign and a collection. I got five boxes earlier, and I can't figure out for the life of me what I got them from. I did get 1,000 doubloons in them. So I still look through, and I don't know what I completed to finish those. We're doing a little clan battle session right now, but I couldn't attend this evening. Come on, get up there. Yeah, this one goes pretty quick for me. Two more stars. Which one's this one? Ranked 12 times on the top 5 earners. All right. We'll throw that one on there just in case. And then we get this final one, 20,000 base XP for the Strasbourg, which I actually already have. I already have the Strasbourg. Every time I send MG player, I feel save you guys are good. Every time I send an RNG player, I feel... I think I just joined RNG. I kind of tricked them to thinking I was a decent player. But yeah, RNG is a Hurricane clan. And I kind of go beyond that. It's just I think there's a lot of military guys. I'm a veteran of the Air Force. A lot of military guys, all down to earth, practical guys. So it's a real fun group, and they're very talented as well. That's what you look for most, right? If you don't have fun, if you don't have fun, then it's not fun. You won't enjoy it. Anybody want to see me play a certain ship? I was making fun of the Hosho. I blew past the Hosho to get to the hack. I played the ships prior to that, but I went through the Hosho. I didn't play one game in it, and so I bought it the other day, and I played a game, and the squads drop one torp at a time. One torp is all it drops, but I was hitting for 4,000 to 5,000 a drop. And you get so many, so I was dropping 3 to 4 times back and forth. I realized I was getting 15 to 20,000 per squad. And so I did one game, tier 4 Hosho, and I won, and I did, I think 109,000 damage. And I said, well, this is it's slow, but seems kind of silly. But it was kind of fun. Let's see. Oh yeah. Anybody want to see anything in particular? I do have surface ships. I'm not as well. Some of them I'm okay. And the Turpits, I have like a 75% win rate. So some of those type of ships. The most I have are premiums that I gathered throughout. I usually sell all the other ones. So, let's see. If it's a CV, I'm gonna play. What haven't I played? And need CV damage. Maybe we'll do the Kaga. The Kaga, since Cable thinks it's better than the Enterprise. The Torps, it doesn't matter if you get up tiered, I think, in this. The Torps are what you're going to use most of the time. And Torps are Torps, right? It's a question of which target, how much they mitigate, like in Alabama. Mitigate, what, 50% from the torpedo belt? Hit him in the nose. Well, I had to mention the word up tier, didn't I? So fine, we'll play a tier 10 game. Massachusetts, I don't like their AA. Stalingrad can be decent. What happened here? I did not crash, did I? Ooh. I thought I crashed. Hi! My wife's Japanese, actually half Japanese. So she laughs when I kind of talk that way. Like I have a Japanese accent. She speaks a little Japanese. Not really. She was born in Cerritos, California, I think, but her mom's full Japanese. Her dad is Irish. Yeah, what a combination, Japanese and Irish. Oh boy, she was a mean drinker when she was young. Man, oh man. Freaking Japanese wants a fight. Japanese woman wants a fight. Not good. Not good. Where y'all at? Well, he'll let me get some fire or flood damage on him. Benson, I really don't want to torp you, but now I gotta keep you away from the caps and shit. Alright, good. I'll make you waste the smoke out there. How about you? You want to throw smoke out too? Too slow of torps. Those won't catch them. Well, maybe one did. And he DCP'd. Well, I forgot to check to see what my karma was. See if Webby and his boys reported me, rat bastards. Let's see, we got a Kiev and B being pressured by two of ours, so if they're gonna force him, I'm gonna try to take advantage of it. See if I can turn him out of the cap or not let him just park. So let's go around this island. I was hoping our guys would be pushing. Alright, that was a wasted drop, but keep them spotted, keep them spotted. Yeah, turn broadside to him. The one thing that's hard with Kaga and DDs, trying to torp him, which is almost impossible, as I say that, is just what happened right there. You look at the blockout time. Look how that arming time is. I mean, it's so easy to dodge or disarm Kaga torps, either using islands or whatever. But we kind of served the purpose we wanted to do there. I didn't have any expectations of torping him. I wanted to keep him spotted, make him turn, to keep him engaged with our ships. I'll get no credit for it, except a little assistance towards a win, but nothing else. Yeah, normally you don't see pre-drops and torps. El Tigra, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. I don't know if you've been here. I hope you were here for the, yeah, see, there's no way I can drop on him if he keeps going. I gotta try to maybe pull a lucky angle, because it'll be cock blocked by the islands. I'm hoping he keeps running, and maybe I get an ass flood on him. Is that okay to say that? Ass flood? So if I want to drop him, I gotta come way out wide, which means I'm gonna pass through some AA. Conqueror's going to be my best play right now. I know it doesn't look like it's going to accomplish much right now, but can't really drop on the Stalingrad without going around through AA. I can't drop on the big cluster in either. I could, but it's too early in the game. Too early in the game to throw away planes when nothing's going to be deciding right now. You're learning to play CVs. Well, you can watch me play CV. I'm a player. I will answer questions if I can. If you want to write down or don't know Askance, AHSKANCE, he, from ground floor up, he will teach you how to play CV. The rest is on you, just to get, you know, like the muscle memory, just to get the feel for everything. I mean, timing down to how fast the torpedoes are, how fast the ships are that you're dropping on. All that's going to come with time. You're gonna have to actually just physically do that. I found you from him. Oh, so now you're de-learning then. I'm more of a gunslinger torp guy. Sometimes what doesn't make sense, I'll do because it feels right. I have fun with it, right? I don't run the math and say, okay, this doesn't add up. I'll run the math and say, well, it don't look good, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I need to go spot this Gumo. He's in smoke. He's not in smoke anymore. How many times do people do that, right? The mass is backing up. He can eat my planes up, but he's a good target because he's low right now. Let's go see. Let's go help out. He pulls forward. He may be fast enough to avoid me. I can't tell. I know he's still going backwards. Look on the mini-map. Now he's changing a little bit. Yeah, he shifted gears. I'll be lucky to get one torp on him. Yep, that's what he got. Let's circle back around. And he's still burned. I want to get a flood, hit him in the ass. So I can square him up in the butt. That's a good torp chance. And he does look fat in that hull, so I may be able to get two, or either that, or he's going to thread that perfectly. Sometimes when you're dropping and you have an even number of torps, you want to drop off to the side. Looks like one of those didn't arm in time. What, am I going to come back and hit? Oh no, I thought I was going to hit the Venezia. Had the range. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get a flood on the mass with these bombers. That's exactly right. And that goes, those are real life lessons too. Not just playing the game. Well, I hit him. I hit the shit out of him. Alright, let's go drop on Benson so he'll be dead. So if I go point at the Yamato, does he gonna get blown up too? 35,000. That's about 60,000 under my average. But again, I played some objectives trying to get the DDs out and we win. It's frustrating to win that way when you get no spots or get no credits for things. But you know, ultimately I'm all for wins. I don't care what I do. There's the fire. Like I said, I don't expect a lot of pens with this, but with tier 10 battleships, but fire is what I was looking for. And he DCP'd. So that's cool. Let's see, he is going to turn out or turn in. Yeah. I guess there's only 2 DDs that have his broadside. I'm hoping he stays straight at him, bow in, so I got a perfect shot coming through this gap here. Nope, he's turning out. It's okay, we can work with that. We can use the island to help block the AA. And he's going to be far enough away for me to get a drop on him. So the AA, the island is to my advantage here. Because someone else is spotting him for me. But look at the range of that arming it takes for this thing. I almost didn't drop that in time. I was looking at it and flooding, and he's dead. thought those torps were going to finish him off from the Oland or Benson, whoever. Unless he healed through it. Yeah, so going back to the Oskons, bringing you guys over here, but you know, I felt like I was like, let's see, what analogy can I use here? If you guys are sports fans at all, let's suppose I was, well, you know, Mark Sanchez or Mike Trubisky being traded to a team that had, you know, Patrick Mahomes on it and Aaron Rodgers and guys like that. So it's like, hey, I'm the new quarterback, kind of. I carry a mean clipboard. Let's see, I may be able to get a pen on the Bismarck. Let's see. 4 pens and 2 fires. That will be repaired immediately. Or not. Still burning. He may have DCP'd in something just a little while ago. Maybe. Now the fire's out. I expected to see that graph closer to the caps. Thought he had been spotted by now. Oh, wonderful. But you know, I'll take it. Ooh. Graphs usually play well. Up tiered. Takas do as well. Again, I didn't do a lot of damage. I looked to spot things in that game, and that was okay. Like I said, I'm happy with wins. I don't care what my stats say. I don't care if people tell me I suck. So that'll push me to almost a 60% win rating in the Kaga, which matters, but still it's going to drop my damage down to, you know, 78,000. Still above average, but again, wins. I first started playing with a couple of friends, and we probably for 4,000 or 5,000 games we just messed around. Right now I enjoy playing the Indomitable most, I think, because there's a gimmick to it and it's fun, because if you go outside of that gimmick, it's hard to play, hard to win. But the first 4,000 or 5,000 games, we just messed around. We'd go and just, you know, go broadside. I'd try to ram shit and whatever. So I think I had like a 39% win rate after 5,000 games. They both quit. I kept playing, so I started joining people who knew how to play and started learning more and more. And so right now I'm at about a 54% win rate with about, I think about 70,000 or 60,000 average damage. So if you look at my first set of games, I'm here. Then my last set, I'm more towards a, you know, above average player. So I can play the Indomitable if you like. Why can't I heal? Yeah, there's no options with the Indomitable. You play it right, or you get nothing. You get nothing. You lose. By the way, I do have some, and I don't know if it's working for anybody. I said it wasn't working earlier for the receive the hammer for channel points. I've got some little sound bits to put in there, but I'm also going to add some gifs and some shit Another thing I saw where someone could put their own little anime walking across the bottom of the map. I hear that's fun for viewers, and I think I'm gonna do Stream Raiders. I've been looking into that, and I think that'd be kind of fun. I'm a D&D player myself. So yeah, definitely. How about yeah, I get told that a lot. Ask my wife. All right, we're up tiered again. That's my wife's default saying. How about no? I said, honey, I think I'm ready for some action. Yep, that's what I hear. So I was in the Air Force. Any Air Force guys out there? Retired veterans, soon to be, at Lackland Air Force Base now. We got a storm coming in. I am a disabled vet. I got out on a medical a training injury. So I got right now 60% rating. They want to do back surgery on me. I've been fighting it for a lot of years, and it's getting to the point now where I'm going to have to do it because it's starting to affect my... I normally bring out rockets here to get my play and spotting first, so kind of got lucky I didn't run into something that's going to take me out before I do my leapfrogging. But I have a spinal stenosis that's starting to affect my legs. They get numb once in a while, and sooner or later I may lose and full control of them, so I'll have to have surgery and then go in there and burrow out my freaking spine so I can feel. I get a speed boost through this flak shit so I don't lose my planes. Hang in there. Oh, see, I already lost one. Make it worth it. It was not worth it. I can't do that again. So yeah, they want to do surgery, go in there and they shave around away from your nerves. That sounds real exciting. So that's a blob there that I don't really want to go in, and I want to drive through to get the second drop. If I can be on the front end of it, the tail end of it, that's one thing. But I can't afford to lose planes going through it to make that drop. So let's go see what else we got here. I could drop out and come back in for the Yamato. Right, so somebody just went into... Ooh, that Seattle got whacked.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Alright, let's go ahead and see if we can drop on the Seattle. He's coming at me, so I gotta give him a little space. I'm gonna tap the turn button to get over the other side of the island. And then I'm gonna watch him sink. Alright, I think I may be safe dropping on the Vlad. Yeah, so we got away with that one. And we did get a fire. And looks like we had no pressure at all on this side, so I'm going to loop out a little bit. I want to come in. I want to keep my bow towards the action, but I don't want to cut straight across towards A right now. Let's see if we can spot that Shimakaze. Shimakaze. I will pre-jump. Wow, what are they doing in smoke? Come over this way, try to spot the shim while I'm using this area for a pre-jump here. So Yamato's going a little bit away from me. Let's go about 6. About right. I'm not going to get fired, but see if I can do some damage. Hit the damage. Oh, nice.
Our team has taken the lead.
It's always nice when a DD takes out a radar ship. He's helping his own cause. Now, what if the Smolensk is spotted? Nope, he's not spotted. Maybe in that storm. So I'm going to go back up north and come around for a Palmer and drop. Planes are spotted there. Probably the Palmer. May not have been. Okay, he's coming forward, so I'm going to get this drop off pretty quick. A little bit left. A little bit tappy tappy. Tappy tappy tappy. You see, I'm down to three planes there because that first one cost me. So it caught up to me now because I'm quicker drop. So I'm going to bring rocket planes are still very effective at getting fires. And they can dish out some good damage too. Don't underestimate the rocket planes in these things. And they drop quick. So if it's a Kleber, if it's a whatever, as soon as you say drop, it hits. It's bang, bang, bang. Well, more than bang, 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 because there's a few of them. Palmer, we cannot let you cap. I'm sure you expect that. So let's come in here, get about 4.5 kilometers. There's going to be a little island drop here for a second, right there. And then we'll come up and drop. No fires that time. I think we did, what did we do, 3,000 damage? Not a lot, but it is a battleship. We got to reset. And depends whose torp those are. He could be gone. Alright.
Victory is in sight.
Victory is in sight. Too high? Too high? What do you mean too high? I'll do a lot of movie quotes, see if anybody can guess them. Too high? What do you mean too high? Anybody know what movie that's from?
Victory is in
Anybody?
sight.
I have to remember that I'm probably older than a lot of you. That was from the original Major League, the baseball movie with the Cleveland Indians. When they're the three fans out in the outfield were kind of like making fun, and one guy hit a bomb, and one guy said too high. The guy like throws his drumsticks at him or something. What do you mean too high? Looking for fires. Yeah, thanks for nothing. Alright, fine.
Victory is in sight.
I'll come over to rocket him, but I won't. Well, another short game. Truly has been that kind of day. Don't think you are older than me. You know, a lot of people have been saying that, and I've been, unfortunately, proving them wrong. So let me say this. I don't know what country you live in, but I can officially retire. Whose torps are those? That's the Ashino torps, huh? Okay. So, I can officially retire. Some of you are probably old enough to be my grandkids. How sick is that? And here I am freaking playing a game Twitch streaming. Oh. I'm gonna get a fire here. I think he's pretty saturated, but its AA's gone. You notice I still have my planes left. Wish I had a heal right now. I'm gonna drop with one plane, but my goal is to get a. Oh, someone already did get another fire on him. The rat bastard, you. Major League, you are correct. You've been retired for 121 years, huh? Well, first of all, Mr. Ulysses S. Grant, I want to thank you for your service in our Civil War. Were you on the red, or the blue or the gray army? Oh, 12 years. Okay, I'll tell you something. You've been retired for 12 years. Well, you've been retired for 12 years. If you've been officially retired for 12 years, able to receive Social Security. Give me that free kill. Yes.
We destroyed an enemy battleship. Victory is in sight.
I'd like to see if I can go find that Parsifal and drop on him. Well, good for you. I'm glad there's other old farts like me hanging around in the game. Yeah, CV, you got to spot those DDs. Yeah. Vive la resistance, huh? Well, I just keep going through the caps and finding shit. I want to go spot the Parsifals. I want to do. I think this game is over. Okay, now right now I'm going to drop my fighter right on top of his and hope that they latch. Because I just want them out of my freaking way. Now come the next... Oh, there's a DD smoke. Come the next patch, we won't be able to do that anymore. They will just sit there and watch each other. Did I do that? Not enough? I don't think so. No, I didn't. But I'm going to hold on to that. Kumo's not horrible. Alright. Well, I was able to spot him, get the kill, and I got nothing for it. 75, good for you. That makes me feel good that there's people that still are young mentally and in heart. They want to play with these young whippersnappers. I just turned 62. So makes me feel that I got at least another 13 years left of gaming, I hope, right? Unfortunately, right now I'm retired early. I traveled for a living, and when they stopped all this travel, I work in data centers. So I'd travel to co-location sites and data centers, and once that stopped, the company couldn't afford to carry us anymore. So I got let go back in October, and now, and I hate to say this, but I think because of my age, I'm probably not getting a lot of looks. So I say, well, you can't discriminate against age. Well, they've reworded it. We're looking for someone entry level with 8 years experience who's energetic, which is code word for, looking for someone younger. So I'm still hoping to latch on somewhere. I want to get another good 2-3 years in if I can. I am getting VA benefits and some monthly income from that. I'm going to play the Roosevelt just to show you how bad I am in this thing. And when I say bad, I'm comparing myself to the good people you guys are used to seeing. So, but yeah, if I can get on with some, I even looked at like a low level support. I can't turn on my computer. Where's my button sort of thing that only pays like $50,000-$60,000 a year? Couldn't get it. They went with someone more qualified. I said, really? So, yeah, I'm afraid it's at that point. Hey, they did a sync drop with the 90th, huh? Colbert, Stalin. After I tried to write it, you worked until you were 70. Damn. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit Epic Center. So I'm going to go on a record right now saying this game is lost for us because I cannot win an Epic Center game. It's like impossible for me to win. I'm guessing most of my ships are going to be 2 9-line. That's what seems to happen. I'm going into a freaking big bullseye of red, and we're like going around it because we don't want to go in red. Red is bad. We gotta stay away from it. You know what I normally do is F drop those right now, and I should have F drop dry dropping, but I forgot to. So I'll just play with it and wait out the other 20 seconds and move up there. So what you do is you launch, you hit F, and then you bring up your auxiliary planes and use those while these ones are returning. With the FDR, I do that only because the wait time in between. Did not drop a fighter right there too.
Fighter airborne.
He did that because his DD's there. So I'm going to try to pull a miracle off, and I'm going to drop on that Cobb. Yeah, that fighter's going to latch onto me, but that's okay. Oh, he's like putting. He's not even going fast enough for me. Well, we didn't get a good experience there. But now I know where there's a battleship.
Fighter airborne.
But we did get him away from mid. Whether that is considered a win, I don't know. But you have to look at little things that way. And that's what pisses people off about CV, spotting. They didn't do anything, yet they cost me. So. Alright, let's go out wide here. It looks like a battleship is... I really don't want to drop on a DD. I'm not going to. Some battleship moved in over there. Next to the Cobb. Keep him spotted. Oh, is this out? Alright. Right, I'm dropping on you, Cobb. Alright, maybe not. So he's turning out. I won't get a good total drop on him. One, two. Alright, let's keep the Cobb spotted. I will go mess around with him. No, matter of fact, let's go. Let's go into the fighters there. He's got to be backing up, right? Yeah. So looking for at least 4 torpedoes. I didn't know if he was going to go forward or backwards, so... Hey, what are you doing here, ship? Holy crap.
Mode enabled.
That was a pretty aggressive move, wasn't it? Trying to go backwards. What the hell was that? Damn. I've done that before. You try to control your planes before they're actually like launched, and then you get screwed because now your ship is going forward, so I'm gonna get blasted. Son of a bitch. I'm in trouble. Now if I can get 4 drops on him. Wow, that's not a Cobb. He's going with half of his engine. I'm gonna back up here. Okay. Yeah, I know. Alright, well I fucked up this one. Guess my ship is under attack. Maybe I'd be better off trying to go that way. Nope, it's hopeless. I'm gonna be dead. Yeah, I tried to push my planes forward before they came in control, and I was hitting W on my ship. I'm gonna get bombed by the Roosevelt now for sure. Although I'd rather it be bombs than rockets. No bueno. No eso bueno. And let's try to do as much as we can. Well, I'd like to turn around, except I'm being rammed.
Autopilot mode enabled.
All right, who's got a chance to spot me? Oh, the planes are spotting me, so yeah, I'm hosed. Yeah, I know. Okay, here come the reports, here come the effing idiots, here come everything else. That is like probably the second or third time I've actually done that. Three hits in that mess, huh? Him spotted. Well, you see, I unintentionally, intentionally got killed in this game, so I don't have to play in it. Stop shooting down me planes. Alright. This is the last shot of redemption here. He is now going forward. Let me take one with me. Thank you.
Enemy cruiser foundered. Our victory is in sight.
Let me do the apologizing now.
Concentrez le tir sur la cible désignée.
Our victory is in sight.
Even with that shit game, I did 71,000. So you see how easy you can put up a lot of damage. I'll play this one more time. Looks like we actually may win this game. And I'll try not to go full dumbass on it. Meanwhile, while we're waiting, any hockey fans or football fans out there? I love to talk sports. As you see, I am a Boston Bruins fan. I'm also kind of a Dallas Stars fan. Did I say I may win this game? Did I say that too soon? Hope not. I noticed my son is in this game. Or not in the game. He's in chat. So you think I'm going to be reported this game? I'd probably report me. Tried to get my son to play this. He's a really good first-person shooter game. Yeah, we are going to try to throw this game. He's a good first-person shooter game, but this game is like too slow for him. He likes to go, go, go. So, yeah, that was not... Matter of fact, the fact that I even went up that far with my CV is kind of...
Inconceivable!
Exactly. Very inconceivable. ED. I play ED with my wife once in a while. She plays nurse, and so I play the patient with ED. Wait, is that what you're talking about? Oh, you're talking about the MMO. Never mind, my bad. ED. Hold on. Uh, that's not Eve, right? Oh, Elite Dangerous. Is that a first-person shooter? I was a real big, God, when I was a kid, uh, Dungeons and Dragons. God, we would play that for hours and, yikes, hours and hours and hours. The first computer game I played, and it was on a floppy disk, was Pool of Radiance. Oh, you're right. I've seen that. I saw somebody stream that before. Yeah. But Pool of Radiance was the first computer game I played. It was pretty awesome. The real pixel players, and yeah, that's pretty cool. Turn-based like D&D. I did stream Baldur's Gate 3 a couple times, but I want to wait and play it multiplayer, but a lot of people want to wait for the full game to come out instead of like in pieces the way it is. So, Atari 800 here. Nice. Yeah. Did you have the little thing, tennis game? Bing, bing. What are you liking, that dog? Commodore. Commodore is the ticket. And what are those Coleco, the football game, the Coleco handheld ones where you move your guy back and forth and you move forward and the guy's little bleeps chase you? Yep. Till 2016. God, I played probably the first online game was probably Doom, and I played that on bulletin boards. And most of you only know what that is, but I played on bulletin boards, and then I started playing Diablo, and then Diablo 2. Actually started a clan with a couple of friends of mine, and we had a website, we had a IRC, and we had over 12,000 members of our clan. So we had a big clan. So it's a lot of work. So anybody who, runs a clan, at 50 or 100 or 150, how many sister clans they have, it is a lot of work. But when you think of managing 150 people in a clan, to me, it's like, in my sleep sort of thing. After managing 12,000. With raids, doing 12-man raids, 24-man raids, or whatever you did, or that was in Lord of the Rings or Guild Wars or all the things we did. But Diablo 2 was the big one. But we would put together what they call Diablo walks for the little ring he drops, SOJ they call that, Stones of Jordan. Yeah, that was did that for like 10 years. And just walked away one day, said, nope, it's consuming me. All right, so shit game. We still got 1,500, so that's not bad. All right, now let's play it without blowing up in the first 5 minutes. And if I don't do that, maybe we can push 150,000. Yeah, so I have a 57% win rate in the FDR. Which isn't bad, but it doesn't feel good. It just doesn't feel right to me. I feel it's all people carrying me. All right. Oh, 3 Hollands, huh? That's awesome. Really? They're not even divved either. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah. So we'll see which one has AA on. If not, then we'll go BB hunting. Got a few of those to pick from. Can I get top tier just once? The guy in the GK is asking if he can get top tier. Yeah, good luck for me on this one. Well, I just try to avoid him, right? Alright, let's see. Thunder should let me burn some fire damage. GK should. Any battleship should, right? Venezia, Thunder. Venezia is a little bit harder to drop on because they're very maneuverable. So I'm going to bypass him, but I am going to speed burst. Oh, shit. Why not, right? Found one of them. Piece of crap. Now where's that Holland turning? Do I go up and around? Can I border hump like a ship does? So they can't shoot me? Look, it's keep trying to kick back. Nope, I don't want to go out there. Do not drop these on a curve or a midway. Wouldn't do much damage. I think I'm gonna get the best angle on the curve first. Jumping into a shitload of, I turned in too soon. 5,000 in fire? Missed completely? 10,000.
Autopilot mode.
My ship going in again? What the hell's going on here? Anyway? Okay, let's see. We got a DM. Got a Thunder there. Holland is backing up. I was thinking of going to get him while he was engaged.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Alright. Let's see where that Thunder is going to go. Is he going to tuck into the island or let me torp him? He's trying to tuck in a little bit. Let's drop a little bit early. I'm looking at 4 maybe? Five. I'm gonna drop their defensive fire a little bit late. You want to try to keep it steady as long as you can and then make adjustments afterwards. Find your sweet spot ahead. Remember, you can turn last minute if you want to, so... Oh my god, we got a flood. Holy Scheistikov. Alright. Alright, we got a blob there. Let's go look for the GK. Let that blob de-blob over there. What did he say? You think I'm joking, but nope. Oh. So the Curfer should be unprotected. If not, I'm going to spot the Holland next to him. So I want to drop him and I want to break left and get out of the blob and wait for redrop. Always thinking of the next drop. I can drop left, come back at him again if I want. Right now, all he's trying to do is avoid me, I think. I'm braking hard left already. Would love to get a fire there, but wouldn't matter, would it? Alright, let's circle back now. Let's see. Yoshino, Venezia. Let's see if we can put pressure on the Ven. If anything, keep him spotted. Maybe get some lucky hits. Maybe just DCP and then we called it out and then get a fire on him. UM, you are a sports fan? I'm real big into fantasy football, which sucked for me this year because I went almost top 2 the whole season and then got blown out in the first game. Free kill. Thank you.
Enemy cruisers sunk. Our team has taken the lead.
Then hockey started 2 nights ago. The Bruins won last night in a shootout. Funny, we got a lot of ships right here. Not sure what's going on with them yet, but... Alright, I'm gonna go help this Vermont out there because he's kind of holding the flank for us. I'm gonna help him out. Maybe if I can get some people thinking about moving instead of shooting at him. So Nib, what's your favorite sport? Do you play fantasy sports? So we're losing B cap. We should be losing B cap because I see 2 people who can shoot at him. All the rest are behind the islands. Look at this. Look at this shit. Somebody move out. Or that's what's going to happen right there.
Autopilot mode.
And now that I know they're not pushing down that flank. Alright, so let's get a little bit closer. He's going to turn out, but I could... I almost feel like going the other way with it, but let's see if we can work with that. Yeah, you know something? I am going to do that. I'm going to work out this way. Give it a little bit more time. Kind of a last minute jerk move, so I don't know how it's going to work. Looks like I'll get at least 6. Seven in a flood. Couldn't ask for better than that. That was a really shit move I made. Got lucky. No, I didn't get lucky. I got bold and daring and took a chance and it paid off. And now I got a flat drop. I'll probably miss them all. So now I'm free to move wherever I want to. And he can keep turning, avoid most of the torps, but I'm looking for floods. I'm looking for a nice perma flood here. I'm not going to get it. Wish someone was around to take advantage of him turning in circles. He's going to turn into me, so I got to try to go this way and turn back out late. No, he's turning back out. All right. We can maneuver with that. So you see how much maneuverability these torps have. But granted, I'm not the greatest with them, but in the hands of somebody good, you can see, you know, how well they can do. Since his AA's kind of been wrecked, apparently. I'm going to get another drop on him, maybe about a full. But here we go again. So, what'd you learn here? If you're in a battleship, don't go out on the flank by yourself. Right? Because any CV can do this to you. And that is that. Dude, fuck off CV. I'll be nice to him. Sorry, bro. There. See if I save that report. Nah, he'll still report me. But if he got hit with a Vermont for 20,000, 30,000, whatever, he wouldn't say anything. Well, he did come back and say, good game. So I think I saved that report. I could have got a lot more saltier, right? So he was a good sport about it. I'll probably comp him for that. Just because he, it wasn't anything difficult. I mean, you just can't do what he did. Hit a speed boost right now just to avoid some of this shit, but that's okay. We have plane count. Well, I guess we'll come back and drop that thunder. So he's got to either turn out or go straight because he can't turn into the island. Let's assume. Maybe a little bit too outside, but we'll see. Yeah. Part of that was part RNG. I could have landed a few more. I'm from Chile. We like soccer, but I'm into triathlon. Triathlon, huh? My triathlon is shitting, peeing, and farting, booping, and burping at the same time. Why am I doing this? That's a triathlon for me. If I can accomplish that, I want a trophy.
Fighter destroyed. Fighter airborne.
Alright, let's just see if we can mess with this and get one bomb on him for a fire. How shitty would that be for him? Oh, that's nice. Wow. That's awesome. Well, see, I told you I get 150,000. And meanwhile, they're catching up. We better not fark around here. Let's go get rid of something. Des Moines got friends. The Yoshino's still pretty up there. And he's farming, so I gotta go. Now, we gotta get a ship off the map. We gotta get a ship off the map. Let's go spot that Des Moines. Much as I'd like to harass the Yoshino. That Holland is being freaking right next to the Des Moines, but I'll have to forfeit planes. And if they play it right, they can shoot them all down possibly before I get there. If they really are hugged each other. If they both sector, both defensive fire. Okay, so he should be dead. I'm going to start the drop on him. Just in case. Or someone will, knowing the torps are going, someone else will shoot them right before my torps get there, right? Or they don't. Alright, let's go take these and go spot the Yoshino. I don't want a Yoshino shooting at me, so... Alright, the Vermont's, I don't think he can Well, maybe he can fire it through
Battle
around.
ends in 5 minutes.
He's going to turn bow in, so let's go wide. The goal is to try to make him turn broadside to a Vermont. Now, the Vermont just fired, so we're looking at 40 seconds, so probably another 30 seconds before he can fire on him. So let's give this Yoshino a chance to screw up and turn broadside to him. He's going to try to straighten out now, so I dropped early, just thinking he's going to straighten out and I'll be able to get some torp hits on him. You know, kind of paid off. I was anticipating him doing that. Just spotting, waiting for my spot. Alright, I'm going to take a bad angle here. I should come in with rockets from the side. Right, we need to stay alive here, but 3 minutes. If we cap C, we're looking good if we don't die. I'm gonna go. It looks like he has no intentions of going dark, that Holland. But KC goes behind the island. Let's keep him spotted. We'll lose some planes, but...
The enemy is about to win.
Wait, what do you mean the enemy's about to win? Get that cap back. Alright, so he's there. He's there somewhere. Oh, thank you, baby Jesus.
Enemy destroyer sunk.
That was just a pure guess of where he was. That's all that was. Five seconds left, so we'll be able to get a drop on him. Won't be a great angle drop, but
Fighter airborne.
I gotta go finish the midway.
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
Now you see that? I'm almost deplaned. You need to get in a cap, Yoshino. Well, he's probably running from the midway. Yeah, if he's flat broadside to me, I don't know if I can get enough hits to get 12,000 on him. But is he beached? He is beached, so he can't do much. I think, Yoshino, just stay alive, stay alive. But we're still going to need a cap or a kill. So I got to kill him, then I got to kill the midway. I'll go back to the midway with maybe torps. Well, he's doing a little bit of angle now, so... Alright. We're going after midway with rockets. And I should be able to do some decent damage. Enough to kill him right there. Like the Yoshino may be able to kill him. 133 knots. We're boasting with speed. A little bit closer, a little bit closer. He's trying to angle in.
Enemy aircraft carrier destroyed.
Got a Thunder left. We still have to get in a cap, do we? No, we win in 19 seconds, so he don't die. Don't die, Yoshino. 13 seconds, stay alive. Please don't do it, don't do it, don't. 4 seconds. Oh, why do I smell defeat coming here? Oh, thank you. Whew. That could have been Ugali. What did I get? I got a Kraken? I didn't even pay attention to that. Alright, well, that's good. It's so immersed in the game. So, let's see if I got reported. 200k. Finished second. So, where was that thunder? Was that guy? I can't remember which one it was. Which one? I think it was him. I think it was this guy. Good manners. Plays well. Worthy adversary. What movie is that from? I know the little accent kind of supposed to add to it. Hey, nope, we didn't finish this star off. Dang it. One short. So I'm going to do that 380,000 damage quicker than all the other ones. I'm going to do it freaking 10 times over. So do you actually run the, I guess run, swim, whatever, the triathlon? Do you like watching it, or do you actually participate in it? Because that's nothing that's very easy to do. Oh, look at that. I've been comped 4 times in the last couple of games. We did win though. Well, we've only lost 1. So yeah, if you're able to participate in triathlons, that's pretty impressive. Okay, let's see. I think I'm gonna do what time we got here? 10:50. I'll do one more game. Anybody have any requests? Anybody still alive out there? And by the way, those of you who hung out, I really do appreciate it. Like I said, I'm a new streamer, so any bit of excitement and people that can actually talk with and interact with, instead of the bots who are offering to watch me if I pay them money. So that's always fun. Let's see. I'll figure this out. 4.7D.3 for me. Okay, I'm trying to figure that out. I get the first part. Thank you, mate. Oh, is that a time zone? It's 4:70 in the morning? No, that can't be right. I butchered that, I'm sure. Somebody help me. You know, I'm going to go out on a very stupid note. I'm going to play the Yahagi. I don't know why, but it's not a great ship, but I have fun playing with it. And it plays from a distance and sets fires, but I play it. I like to charge in and torp people when the opportunity is there. So, and then another stream team guy of mine's doing a little contest. Whoever has the highest PR in Ihagi by a certain date, it's coming up pretty quick here. I think he's going to give them 5,000 doubloons. So I'm up to like 1,900 PR, but I've only got a handful of games in it, so I can increase it fast with good games. So we'll see. My last 2 games in it, I've gotten Kraken back-to-back games in this thing. And I've gotten very lucky on both of them. Kind of like that Kraken in that last one. Tier 6 game, so it's not horrible. We do got a CV. $19.10 is my PR. And it has to be in at least, I think, 25, 30 games, whatever puts it up on the the real list. I think 30 games. I'm at 50, so I got 15 games I got to play in it, and try to get my PR up a little bit. So it has a 9-second reload. It does have 12-kilometer torps for tier 5 cruisers. It's got 12-kilometer torps, and you know, they hit for 17,000. So that's pretty impressive. They're not very quick, but if you're just trying to control an area, you know, it's not bad throwing 17,000 damage torps out there. The angle on the torps, though, it's not good. You got to go full broadside if you want to throw torps out on these things, which is why you want to do it from over 12 kilometers, because I think the spotting is 9.9. So the shells are lofty. Like, everything about this ship seems bad. It just seems interesting to play. I want that Gavani. And the AP sucks, so. God, if I went straight, he'd probably miss me. And there is no heal. Does have a speed boost, though. Hi! That's gonna get me some PR. Well, not that. Thought that was gonna be a better hit than that. This is where you want to be, behind an island. Really? Talk about some RNG right there. 4 shells on one side of them, 4 shells on the other. I think I got the music too low for me. I turned down a little bit low for the interview. He's going for the DD, I think. So that was on a superstructure. I did 3,000 damage. So you get a good superstructure hit. This isn't bad. I thought he was going to turn around. Who's aiming at me? Hoping he's gonna turn out. He's not. Alright, let's hope he's gonna turn in. Yeah, I know. I'm used to watching CVs. That's kind of boring. I'm not the greatest surface ship player, but I have fun in them. Maybe one. Maybe not. And a fire. He's just going for some damage now. Maybe that's a perm fire. Nope, it's not. Well, hopefully this will be a perm fire. dodging me. Don't tell me those are going to go too far now. It's making cut too far in. What the fuck? Get out my way. By the way, it's always the DD's fault because they're the most maneuverable, right? I need him dead so I can stop shooting and go dark. I don't want to be broadside to all that shit. I won't be around the game much longer. Dang it. Alright. I think I have to go dark. I can't risk it. Just trust me, those guys will one-shot me. I got lucky that one there. Don't want anybody to guess on me. You gonna turn in? Yeah, me against all them with the Visby. Odds are not good there. I gotta turn out. Alright, so now, as long as these things keep spotted. Oh, for the love of Bob Newhart. Just need one of those shells to hit and they'll get like 380 damage. Really? Bunch of kill-stealing bastards here. Hey, there's another Yahagi. Yes, I see you, planes. Wow. You see? Just dodge. I hit somebody with a torpedo. I'll eat one of those. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, I almost squeezed out a shart there. Alright, I gotta get in a position to... Do I back up? The Koenig's pushing that way. Do I go open waters against Ismail? No, I don't. I'm gonna come out here. I'm gonna get a shot off while he is... Now let's turn back around. You know, I take that back. I'm gonna go across the north and get behind that island. Well, I hit him. Let's mess with him. The New York can't shoot me right now. Got me now, I'd be in big trouble. Doesn't have guns on me. Fire would be nice. Thank you. Alright, so we just want to make sure they don't cap. Get some reset points. Right now the Ohagi is holding the points and he just got out. No, he didn't get out, he's getting in. Now if we get a hit on him, go back to the other one. We kind of get close to this island. Alright, so there's a reset on him. And that should get reset point. Maybe a kill on him. Oh, he's healing. I was like, how in the hell did that not... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I'm in trouble. I'm gonna use my speed boost to try to go backwards faster. Feel free to do more than 1,000 damage. $500 damage? What the hell? Coming up there, the Fuso. Okay, so it's all in front of us right now that we got to worry about. Alright, that's good, that's good. We'll probably lose the ships that are capping. Someone's gonna fire take him out. Well, pretty sure I won't get the crack in this game. But looking like a win so far. Like I said, well, they haven't played much defense, so maybe we won't lose all those ships in cap. I'm just not for playing aggressive in this style map. You just seem to be pushing into numbers, right? If you don't push as a team, you're pushing into numbers just by default because most of them are hanging back early. So you're pushing into the masses, so you get focus fired. Alright, so let's see. Assuming we cap, do we go ahead and just go full dumbass here? Because he can probably take me out right through the bow. I'll give him a little break here. There he goes. I need for him to shoot at me one more time. And then comes the torpedoes. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. I think that was it. Throw everything up there. Hang in there, boys. Hang in there. Oh, the second set didn't go off. Come on. Turn faster. Oh my god, I can't turn. Jeez Louise. Alright, well, you know, you don't have a lot of maneuverability in this. But that's what I would have done. I would have taken him out if that first click took him up. And I got it anyways. But tier 5 ship. You know, and I'm getting, you know, 80 to 120,000 damage in it. It's kind of, it's not bad if you play it. I don't want to say perfectly, but you almost have to. I mean, I didn't play that perfectly, but I went into that cone knowing exactly what was going to happen, minus the fact that I thought I was going to get 2 sets of torps on him and finish him off. If I did that and he was dead, then it would look brilliant, right? Of course it would. So let's see. Oh, where do I find that at? Wait. Let me try to find something here. Where be it? What I was looking for? Alright, hold on. Find this funny, I think. Okay, so let this game finish out here first. I'm assuming we're gonna win. Yeah, so see, we lost all the ships that were capping. It happens almost every time. I mean, I even though we looked strong there, I still had no doubts we were going to lose those ships that were capping. I mean, as much as people have to be playing, you know, this format, they have to see the repetition, right? That happens that way. So we turned a sure victory into, okay, I think we can win. I'll show you a couple of clips I made from the last Kraken I had in the Yahagi. And believe me, it was total luck. I didn't play it right, and I just got away with it. Wow. And where we're at right now, with the lead we had, with the few ships on the map, how does a Fuso take out our freaking destroyer? I know the Visby I don't think has smoke, but how does he get even close enough to remotely take him out? In our Visby, okay, 96 games in the Visby, averages 9,000, has a PR of 400. I mean, what do you do? I mean, it makes perfect sense, that play. Now when you look at the numbers, and then it's like, ah, now I see. Now it makes sense. The hell kind of drop was that? Is he just playing safe, or is it taking him that long to reload his guns? Because if he's spotted, you might as well shoot. Can't be that long a reload. Unless he got down to about ready to fire, then switched over to HE. CV, I like the work you're doing. Yeah, he did. I think he switched over to HE at the wrong time. Should have taken AP shots when he had them, and then switched over to HE. CV is MVP this time, I think. You had no idea the work I put in there. Wonder if I finish ahead of the CV. No, I didn't do DD damage. And that's when you can kind of look at your base XP. Let's see the no. Look at battleship, 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 cruiser, battleship, battleship, battleship. So all I did was freaking farm. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Rocking the damage. Hey, but who wouldn't take 90,000 average damage in a tier 5 ship, right? So where do we finish here? Definitely got to be top 4, top 5, right? Top 3. 1,300. Flesh wound. Okay, so let's see if I can get this to work. Where is it at? Need him to fire a gun so I know I can torp. I'm playing in the Yahagi there. Now I didn't realize someone hit him right before I was getting ready to drop torps. I had to dodge torps from the CV, while I was trying to get ready for him. So I dodged a CV torps, and then, trust, I had a sliver of life left. I was almost dead. So that's not the way you play. The Yahagi. Where's? Yeah, this is another cool one. Notice they got a gunner over here. I decided to play on my MVR, so I'm playing the. I'm shooting down planes in the MVR. Yeah, I know, stupid. Do a couple of bourbons will make you do. So anyhow, I thought that was kind of funny. All right, but yeah, that's some of the cool Mahagi stuff. Yahagi. See, which one is this? Okay, here's another one. Same game. Yeah. I just took a big hit and I'm almost dead. Torp angles are shit too. I decided, okay, he's torped me. I got to cut back in away from his torps. I didn't know that was coming. So again, not the way you play the Yahagi. But that's the way I play it. But anyhow, hey, so I do appreciate you guys hanging out. I know it was kind of a long chat and a little bit less gaming, but I thought it would be cool to get a perspective of a top CV player. Again, I play a lot of CV. I don't consider myself a top CV player. You know, like a Oscons or Cableguy or Fuchsia or, you know, Gaishu, you know, some of those type of guys. But to hear things from their perspective, it's things that I have in here. I just don't have some of the mechanics that they have yet. But I know the thought process and that sort of thing. But just to hear like Cable and Oscons kind of reinforce what I'm thinking. I may be one of those, you know, do what I say or do what the numbers say to do, but I don't always do them. And you guys saw that. I play to have fun. I play to try different things with the ultimate goal of winning, you know, winning first. And that's what I want to do. I want to win. I don't care about PR. I don't care about this. I do care about PR in the Yahagi, though, because I can win 5,000 doubloons. And I think it should have went up more there. Because PR is based a lot on damage versus what the average damage is, mostly, right? I mean, you throw in some other stuff, but I think the average damage in the... what is the average damage in the Yahagi? Let's see if we can find out here. For the record, in the last 2 days, I am Super Unicum. And that doesn't hurt. Winning 10 out of 11. The last 2 days, I am... well, I guess it's hard to tell. Last 7 days, 58%. But a couple days ago, I just couldn't win for the life of me. Like I said, I lost 4 in a row in an MVR, even though I was doing good damage. Okay, let us see. What are we looking at? Yahagi. Yahagi average damage. Oi. Let me break this down. Here, I'll bring this down so you guys can kind of see what I'm looking at here. You guys can kind of see that I suck. Okay. I want to get rid of that. I want CA. I want Japan. Yahagi. Yahagi. So we have a 2000 PR now. So we go down, we go down. Where's that at? Oh, maybe it's up at the top. So The average damage in Ihagi is 26,000. That's the average damage. And I am now pushing with that game probably 40 something. And trust me, I started off shit the first 4 or 5 games. Now that's going to bring my win rate up to 54 after losing like the first 3. So 26,000. So you need to do a little bit more damage in that in order to get your PR up with other stuff. So interesting stuff. Somebody's messaging me. Oh, Shepherd. Hey, you're Shepherd. How are you? I'm still streaming, so are you hanging in? Are you all right?
Looking for some divs.
Looking for some divs. Who's this that messaged me? Cableguy. Saint.
I'll soon though. Now that I've been here for a while.
I wonder when I got that message from Smokin. Well, I can play a few more games if you want to div. I'm up for a few more.
I'm getting frustrated with my teams. I started off wrong. I picked the wrong ship and entered ranked. I don't know why it switched my ship, but that's what happened.
Oh, nice. Well, just so you know, I'm 10-1 today, so
I hadn't lost in four days playing ranked. I thought I was going to get there all the way.
nice.
Stuck right before 2.
Always, right? Always. All right, let's see. Where are you at? Do you have me listed? Let's see how quick I have you up here. You're in a game? Piece of shite.
Apes.
You're in a game with a bunch of apes?
Oh yeah. Bunch of chips.
Let's see here. We get Citizen to join. He's probably streaming. He'll say, "Who the fuck are you? why do I want to div with you? Your crappy ass." You know, Flesh up there. 10 out of 11, baby. I'm talking about. I need to get my Discord. Some people saying the link isn't working. Some people say it's fine. Some people can't get in. That's kind of strange.
I don't know. I was invited, so I don't know if the link works or not.
Yeah, I invited everybody, and then I put the link up there. I rejoined with that link I have in the About Howie thing, so I'm not sure. I'll have to look at it again.
Oh, I think we're actually gonna come back and win this. Amazing.
I say actually Son wants a div, but Son has 460 viewers. You know, he deserves it. He's pretty fun. He's a good streamer. Now I'm only on what have I been streaming? 3.5 months now? Something like that.
I think it's been more than that.
Let's see. November, December, January. Yeah, 3.5 maybe. So I'm having fun doing it. So whether, you know, I get viewers, I get something like Oscon's rated me today. So we had 30 something for a while when Cable was on here talking, and some have held on, which is really cool. Trying to give them something to be excited about besides my stellar Yahagi play.
Oh Lord.
Hey, don't laugh. I'm like freaking kicking ass in that ship. Until this last game, I had back-to-back Krakens in it. I just had a crack.
A long time ago, and I never used it since.
I just had a Kraken in an FDR, and I didn't even realize it. I had 200,000 in a Kraken, and we almost lost, which would make sense, right?
Yes, it's generally how it goes.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you think about it, I think if the CV gets a lot of damage in a Kraken, chances are you're on the losing side for him to be able to achieve that, right? Your players aren't that good.
most times, most
Right.
shifts.
Almost done. Almost done.
Yeah, almost. Oh my god, somebody just hit me for a zillion damage. Might be done a lot sooner than anticipated.
You almost got hit for a bazillion damage. Let's see. Pending.
I got just nuked by a ship I couldn't see.
Well, it
Should
must have
win
been a
it.
CV then,
Should win it though.
because you can't see CVs when you get nuked by them. All right, what do you want to play? And do you want me to play CV or no? Or you just want to win?
You can play CV. I want to play Iron Vermont.
Okay, what tier do you want to play? You want to?
Vermont.
Pardon? Oh, you want to play the Vermont? Okay. All right. Tier 10 it is. So, how about? Well, let's play the Richtofen. We've been bitching how shitty it is, so let's play it. So yeah, were you listening to Cable talking?
No.
Yeah, so he's telling him pretty much he won't play the MVR anymore. It really is bad. It really is. It's not a shell of what it used to be.
Played against a 36% win rate. How bad is that? 36%.
Is that what I am? Oh,
The last game that I was just in, the team had a 6% win rate.
I'm at a. I gotta maintain 60%, so I gotta win this game. In my. Oh, what's going on here?
So 60.
All right, so let's start off with rocket planes, and we got only one Holland, Rune, Alaska, and the Mogami. Those are my 3 targets with rockets. I can still hit other things, but I'm not going to hit them for... Don't look now, this should be a lot of steamrolls today. Are we on the plus side of that? Oh yeah, we're looking pretty good, huh? Okay, so let's see, which way do I want to go? I want to go the outside in, and I'm going to make a cruiser turn broadside. That's the plan. There's going to be a cruiser out here, and I don't think he's going to come straight south. I'm going to guess about right here. I'm going to see a cruiser here pretty quick. Come on. There's the Slava. Where'd now the cruiser go? There he is. Don't turn in, don't turn in, don't turn in. He turned in a little bit. 10,000. He ruined me. Good thing is there's nobody behind him to really get flak in. Welcome to 20,000 damage, Mogami. Is that Holland trying to back into C-Cap? Some bold strategies. Well, I see no reason not to go back after the Mogami. He's got the Alaska. Alaska's over there in B.
She may be fat, but she is agile.
Agilely. Hang in there, hang in there. He's turning. I should want wider. Let's see if I can make a cheeky drop. Ugh. I tried to make a last minute swerve, didn't work. It's fighters are going to get me. Oh, so close. All right. We're going to get B. I'm not going to wear that decap. I'm going to make sure that we at least stay strong on this side.
Should put up for 35k.
Who'd you have for 35k?
Minnesota.
Wow, you're playing close. I don't play. I'd be about between the IJ and the Vermont right now.
Yeah, I need to chirp people.
I'm sure you turn a lot of people. That'd be really... I feel really guilty going after the Megami. Let's see if the Holland has his AA turned down. I can do a few thousand rocket damage. Well, there he is. He does not have it turned down. So, therefore, I'm going to come back and torp him. I kind of have an idea where he's at. My planes will spot him here in a second. Unless he's going to try to back in the sea. Oh, we lost our... Oh, did he torp our Benson?
Must have. Just parked in smoke.
Okay, he's trying to cap because my plane... Nope, nope. They're not spotted now. Alright. Screw it. Trying to hit him in the nose for a flood. Yep, there's a flood. Sashi's still flooding. Alright, let's try it. I'm gonna go try to AP bomb a Masashi. Which I hate these pieces of shit. I mean, you gotta try, right? That's what they do. They're supposed to do anyways. Hey, but I'm already at 54,000 damage. That Masashi is turning out. Get behind him, then I'll speed boost. Okay. The big, this big fat hole.
Complete 360.
Well, 3 pens, but no citadels. I was going to go after the Megami, but I'll leave him alone. One citadel.
DD won't like go up.
Yeah, I got to go around and spot that Kagero. That Kagero seems to be almost dead, but holding that flank down. Got the Holland with him for AA, but that's okay. I'll torp them both. There they go.
They'll lose this game because their DD are Cableguy.
Hate when that happens. They're gonna get the... I'll keep the Holland spotted. I really didn't want to do that, but alright, but he's done.
Somebody's gonna see.
Yeah, I'm gonna take rockets there now. It's probably the Holland. Well, it's not the Iowa, is it? Alright, so let's see if we can spot C. Hope they have their AA on if it's the Holland. Well, it's not the Iowa capping, so I'm guessing the Holland's going to be here-ish. Oh. I can't turn enough. Can't turn enough. The freaking Kagero's going to cap with like a sliver of life left. Wonder if he's backing up or pushing forward. Okay. Oh, why didn't I see him earlier? Good, 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 good. Well, they got the cap.
I'm still alive.
Yeah, I was just thinking I'm gonna go look for him, but
Are you kidding me? You get shot corpse. Oh, it's gonna miss.
what torqued you?
Apparently the Kagero from 10 minutes ago.
Just dodge? No? Well, we got a nice line across. Unfortunately, it's at H and G line. It's not in caps.
I mean, who was even shooting those at the time? There's nobody there.
Well, the Megami's finally dead. I shouldn't have let him off the hook. He lasted too long, but I'll see if I can finish off the Iowa now. Unless the DeGrosse or Bertese finishes him off first, so those Torps may have him. Let's wait it out, wait it out, wait it out. We got time. Alright. What the hell? Ship under attack. I am spotted. Oh, by planes. What the fuck? Probably no way in hell I could bomb that rune, but I can bomb the Bismarck. Be awesome if I get triple hits on him. That would end him.
Oh god, just go and let him roll.
Wow, look at that miss. Wow, how sucky is that? Yeah, the Megami died a while ago, though. Ouch. Oh, no, he's got fighters on me. Hurry up, make it in there for at least one Citadel, maybe. Nope. Alright, let me go back, see if I can torp the Bismarck down. Iowa should be able to finish off the rune once he spots him. Alright, fine. I'll spot the rune for you. If that's important.
I need intelligence data. Get back. Stay in the lift. Stations requesting fire.
Where are you going to turn to, rune? That's right. Need to make him turn. Shoot, 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 shoot. They're all misses. Or not. Venom. Hope that Venom isn't getting spotted by that Mustafa. Come on, Iowa. You'll be able to. Shooting at the Minnesota. Why am I going after the spot in the rune for you if you're shooting at the Minnesota? I need to get ahead of this rune. Could have been better than 12, but his German cruisers are a little bit hard to do that big damage on. Especially the Hindenburg. I dropped too soon. Come on, go faster, go faster, go faster. Woo, that was close. Really? So I have 129,000 damage, but you just missed that 26,000 AP bomb for a kill, right? Get your ass back in that cap, Smallin. Fine. If it makes you feel comfortable, put a fighter there, even though it's not really doing anything. So maybe I'll go drop on the rune after this. Well, Minnesota's got a little bit better defensive or AA than you might think. No, this ain't gonna work. I'm gonna see if I can finish off the rune with rockets. Hey, we've turned it around. As long as people don't go cray-cray. Provide provide a burial ground. That rune is probably staying hidden way behind everything. Well, maybe I'll drop on the hack. Gotta go around this fighter. Right now we barely win, as long as nothing else dies. That hack is going full circle. Maybe I'll spot the rune eventually. That hack has to turn out or eat torch. Don't have a whole lot of planes that do a whole lot of damage. 15,000. Well, the one smart thing they're doing is they're clumping all up. However, that doesn't help them win this game. We can only help them win this game now by pushing up and getting blocked. There, I'll help you out with defensive fire. Watch how bad I missed this frickin' rune. god, I actually hit him. All I need is an overpen on this Bismarck. Just don't give me 3 freaking misses.
Gegnerische Schlachtschiff versenkt.
Now I get the Citadel, right? Oh, 9 seconds. No time for another drop. Ooh, the Northern Lights. Where you at, Shepard? Oh, there you are. I see you. I see you.
Actually, ships.
So, I mean, it wasn't a horrible game. It still doesn't feel right. I mean, I mean, do you complain about 167,000 damage? You do, because you know you could have gotten more. And I fed a lot off of the, you know, the Runa Megami. But it's those 26,000 drops that I missed on the Musashi and the Iowa. What am I listening to? Bigger question is, not that I want people to leave, how in the hell do I still have 15 viewers? Oh, you do the Vermont again? Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't fun.
I will do the Midway. Need a Capitan from other shits. Steal the Roosevelt Captain. All right. So, Nib, did that look like a good CV game to you? I mean, you watched the game, you just saw the missed opportunities there. Whether it was, oh my god, Epicenter. Can I just go ram something now? Well, if I'm going to play the Epicenter in a CV, probably the Midway is the better one. You're in a game, you rat bastard. You know, I need to set up one of those countdowns so people can like sync drop in. I know another streamer does that once in a while, and sometimes I'll drop in on them with my CV. It's all pissed off. Not really pissed off, but can we focus their CV, please? Why? Watch. With what? Now, who said that? It's the Heisen. .46% overall player. Alright, so can I guess that their DD is going right where he dropped that fighter? See if I can get my fighter to engage in his fighter and take each other out. Alright, I'm gonna do a pre-drop here. Nice, just to say, can you have their DD focus, CV focus theirs? Uh-oh. Okay, there's the Holland. Why are so many Hollands playing the freaking game? Thunder DCP'd. Not that that would make a difference to you. The Holland is in cap. Well, that's good, because if I know he's there, then he's not out there, you know, with other ships. So it works out. Let's go see if we can get another fire on that Thunder.
Fighter airborne.
Really? You want to back up and come out? Somebody ought to give him the business.
Go get him.
Who's going to go get him?
Z-52 should be able to get the Holland.
Yeah? Well, look at the Roosevelt. He's right there. Someone should be able to go get him.
I don't know. See what happens. Hit him for 35K.
Did you really? I was just going to go torp him. Or the Thunder. Thunder's still on fire.
We'll crash on that island.
Yeah, now, you just saw, you know, well, some people saw a Thunder put up that damage, or the MVR. But then you say it got nerfed. So what do you say to someone who, you know, puts up 160,000 or whatever, and then complain that it got nerfed? You know, I'm gonna torp this Jutland. I probably won't hit him, but I get a lot of torps I can kind of make him dodge around.
I'm telling you, the FDR beached, I think.
Yeah, I'll do him with the second drop. Oh.
Fighter airborne.
I don't know if he beached.
Fighter destroyed.
Ow! I just got puff clouded. Alright, well, I'm not going to get him with any torpedoes. That hurt. Arabuki is probably not going to do well. He should be able to take the Jutland with him anyways. At least I sure hope he does. He's shooting at the Holland. Got the Jutland right in front of him, about dead, and he's shooting at the Holland. And now he's torped.
Fighter airborne.
Wow. That was a brilliant move there.
Enemy destroyer sunk.
I don't know why he did that. Well, we're down 2 ships. We're down 100 points. I think, wow, we're way down hit points. Holy shit. This game is over. I just realized that. Like, everybody's about dead. Like I said, Epicenter, I can't win. I'm going to fly right over that Holland just so I can try to torp that Georgia.
Fighter airborne.
Georgia's turning way out. Well, let's see if we can get a flood in his butt. Alright, let's bring out the crappy rockets. Wow. Yep, got a flood. The flooding. I guess I was due for one of these games. Well, I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so.
The enemy is about to win.
Well, at least I hit the Holland for 6,000-ish. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think everybody has their map, everybody has their ship, everybody has that something that they just can't win in, right? And this is my thing.
Because DD are so important.
Yeah.
You're bad.
Well, the big play there was the Ubaki. I'm not going to make it to the Holland. I got to drop on this guy. Maybe not. I should have. Well, they just keep dropping, don't they?
The enemy team has taken the lead. Autopilot mode enabled.
This reticle just a little bit, and you're did I just hit that Georgia for 12,000? That can't be right. I think I did with these stupid rockets. Uh-oh, I'm being fired at. Yeah, you keep overpinning me. Must be spotted by a DD somewhere. No, he didn't make it up this far.
No one has cross shots.
Wow, only 2 of my torpedoes got through there.
Autopilot mode disabled.
Well, I guess this game is really over, isn't it? I was gonna go charging in. Well, I sold out trying to get that Holland out of there. But that Ibuki, he had the Jutland dead. He didn't have to charge out around the Holland. He had the Jutland dead. He went off of him, tried to shoot at a Holland, and got torped.
I mean, if you add up the PR of our DDs, well, hell, 475, 645, 33, 363, 83, and 98. Not much of a surprise.
Oh my God, really? 83? That's in 85 games. 139 games. How do you have a PR of 98 in 139 games?
Terrible.
Holy crap. See, I'm not the worst in this game. But hey, this is Friday night, isn't it?
That's why I don't play on Friday night.
Yeah, because it's that much closer to. I got to get a win in the MBR, so I think I'll play one more game. Then we'll start looking at rating somebody. Who do we want to raid? Could raid femininely. Femininely. This is gonna help my average viewership. It's gonna go up from like 4 to 6 or something. Hey, do we got Bogsy? No, we don't have Bogsy. We got Popcorn, Full Metal, and Waves. Well, they're okay. Only 2 games. I say their midway averages 24,000 a game. even two games. What did you do wrong the first game that you doubled down on the mistake the second one? All right, what do we got? Our team looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Last one.
I need to get damage quick. I need to get quick damage. So screw the objectives. See, there's gonna be a DD in front of me somewhere. No, maybe not. The planes aren't spotted yet. There they go.
Fighter airborne.
Car first, I come for you! No, I'm gonna be savvy here. I'm gonna pre-drop on them. I don't lose all my planes, and I'll take my time, be patient. Oh, there's a DD. Got a little late start, didn't he? $21,000. He didn't like that.
Would you hit for 21?
The GK? And he repaired a fire. I suppose I should let people know that.
Fighter airborne.
But they're not even contesting this capture.
That's small and kind of like, hey, let me run in there. Never mind. You got shots at the Yoshino. Oh, you're in the Hindenburg.
Yeah, I switched up.
Okay. Well, shoot. Maybe that Smollen's so preoccupied, he's willing to eat my torps.
It's a nuclear torp? What was that? Summers?
Oh, I got 1 torp on this Smollen. Summer's torps are, what, 17,000?
Half my health.
Could be Yoshino. They hit pretty hard. Was you see what set it was in? How many torps it was?
Well, there was only, I think, a couple got through.
Fighter destroyed. Fighter airborne.
Been waiting to try and see somebody in the middle. They haven't got anywhere near C.
Yeah, they kind of have a theme, don't they? And what is their theme? Well, they are holding on to B cap. Wait, what did that guy call you? That's Smolensk? I can't read Russian language, so I'm sure he called you something.
I don't speak pig Latin.
I never could understand that ixnay on the whatever's name. Alright, let's see if we can, oh no, not the Venezuela there. I was going to see if I can get a double drop on Joe Montana.
He's on fire.
Oh yeah, this ain't going to be good for me. Well, I won't put a fire on him most likely. Wow, I only hit him one rocket bomb. That's all I hit him for, just one of them. All right, let's give the Thunder a try.
And there's somebody.
There's somebody in C cap.
Here he is, top of the field.
All right, I'll cut through C. Well, I'm going to torp somebody.
Torps again.
So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now if it's 3 sets, could be the would be the Somers. Let's see if he smokes here anytime soon. That's funny, I don't see him yet. There, now I see him. I saw him on the mini-map, but I didn't see him with my planes. Try to keep him spotted. Oh, Smolin, don't eat those torps. Woo. Just trying to keep him spotted, because he's going to run out of his smoke.
Get back.
Detonated him. Well, if you're about to get killed anyways, being detonated is probably the best thing. It's a win, right? I'm not going to be able to drop on there. Let's pull him around, save my planes. And we'll come this way and drop. Let's hope for 4 torps and a fire on this dude. Or fire. Yeah, if I get a fire and a torp, that'd be great. 6 torps and 2 floods. Yeah, he kind of insta-repaired that. That was the, what, Montana? No.
Thunder alone.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to go after. I'm going to move my hull over. Just don't have to deal with those guys pushing flank.
I'm spotted by something over here too. Thunder.
On my plane. Still a close game. What's that?
My fault for taking those torps.
I got lucky to get 15,000 out of that. Kind of off-centered it a little bit. Well, is someone going to reset the thunder? They probably don't want to because they don't want to get... well, our thunder should be able to get him. Which means he's going to bow into our thunder, so I'm going to come around the north side to him.
Our team has taken the lead.
No, he may not stay in cap. Well, I'll make him push.
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
Go try to drop a shitty angle with him. No, I'll let our thunder deal with him. Oh, see, what the hell was that? Well, yeah, this won't be a great drop. Wait, did our thunder lose to that thunder that easily?
Yeah, there's so.
Wow, I thought that was kind of a slam dunk. Well. Alright, they're going to get that cap. Well, this isn't over. I got to work on that thunder. I don't know how much healing he has left. Looks like he has healed once. Let's see if we can get some fires on him or something. I don't mind about throwing these planes away. $8,000 in a fire. Back that. Follow that up, get another 8,000 in a fire. Still burning. We probably get set on fire from the other one, DCP'd it. I'm gonna run a little bit further away.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Guess I gotta help out the small one here. At least turn the Goliath away. Alright, I drop on the small end. I really want to go after that thunder, but I can't. I'd really like to come up from behind him. I think I am. If I can make him turn broadside. One bomb hit. No bomb hits. And what is shooting at me? Oh my god, am I gonna eat those torps? I gotta turn. Do I go help the Smolensk with the Yoshino, or do I go try to take out the Smolin? I gotta go Smolin. I can't let him take out our Thunder.
Torpedoes to port.
Yeah, those are Yoshino torps. Smolin's gonna try to cap. Because they're gonna need a cap. Come on, turn your AA on. There you go, Thunder. Take him out. Wow, that reticle's huge. Well, we did lose the Smolensk. Well, we gotta hold on for 4 minutes. So that's small and run right through that cap. Oh, there he is.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Oh, we're gonna lose our daring too. I can't go through that fighter right now. We are going to lose this game. Our best chance of taking out a ship may be the Thunder. Now we're on the losing side of things. I think this Thunder was going to run away. Oh, that just compiled this shit up worse, didn't it? Well, see, this is one of those ships that I can't seem to win in.
You are the last hope.
I'm the last hope. That's not good. Hope that Goliath doesn't have a super heal left. I have to get one of these rockets to hit him, and there's like, all bets are off. Oh my god, did I go too soon? I went too soon, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, son of a bitch, son of a bitch. Takes so long to aim this reticle in. I'll watch this shit. No way in hell. Look at always the worst possible son of a bitchin'. I feel sad. Yeah, the rocket planes leave something to be desired with this. Yes, I know you're shooting at me. Not that it would have mattered.
How'd I get third?
Because we had a bunch of guys died all at the end there, didn't do anything.
No, I was dead for a really long time.
Yeah. Did 135,000. No kills. Like I said, I should have killed the Goliath, but wouldn't have mattered. Okay. On that note, I think I have to turn in.
Yeah.
Been streaming for 5.5 hours.
I'll be turning in as well.
So, anyhow, that was fun. It was fun doing a little interview with Cableguy. Hey, I thought we were supposed to win that game. Look how loaded our team was.
I don't understand.
Yeah, Nib, thanks for hanging out and watching. I appreciate that. I'm gonna throw a raid at somebody. because that's what we do. Maybe I will throw one at Femininely. I don't know how many people know her, but probably most do. At least somebody. Try to spell her name. Oh. Can't see pronounce that. Femininely. Femininely. So, those who were here throughout the whole interview, I hope you took something with you. I hope it makes all sense to you. That CVs aren't all it. They're not all bad. You just have to understand them, and I would recommend playing them to understand them, and then you know how to better play against them. So, anyhow, have a great evening. I probably will stream tomorrow for a little bit, probably around 7 o'clock, I think. But if not, we will see you Monday. All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. Be safe. Let me end my stream.